So welcome everybody. I'm Patrizia Morgante, the USG Communication Officer. We already had this meeting, this course last week in Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian. We had a lot of sisters, leaders and out leaders follow the course, and it was very interesting, it was very good. So we are aware that it's a very demanding course because it's very intense. We will try to have a rhythm which respect our rhythm, but we can tell you that it's really demanding. And I would like just to leave the floor to Sister Marie John. She's the Vice Executive Secretary of the USG, and she will introduce Paula, the formator for this 2 days course. Thank you, Marie John.
Thank you, Patricia, and greetings to all of you from different parts of the world, as we heard. Dear friends, it's my joy to present the presenter of today's webinar. That is Sister Paula Verdão. She's from Portugal and she has been but already in 5 different continents, so has traveled and has a lot of international experience. Sister Paula is at the moment in OISG as the coordinator of the formation program. Sister Paula finished her master's degree in systematic theology in the field of spirituality from the Loyola University in Granada. And before that, she also has studied STB in theology in St. Paul's Verbum Dei Institute in Loeches, Madrid, and did the master's at the Formators School in Salamanca that belongs to the Camillas Jesuit University, Madrid. A person of many gifts, Sister Paula is also a good singer and a composer. And in her own words, my heart is driven to help people to come to know themselves. That's what our topic today is, and to come to know God's love for them. Paula likes to enjoy the big and small things of life. And personally for me, she's my colleague and my friend and a very kind, sensitive and helpful person. So dear friends, you are in good hands. Over to Paula.
Thank you very much, Sister Marie John. And Paula, you have the floor. Your micro, my dear Paula.
I always forget the mic. Thank you, Mary John. Thank you, Patrizia. It's a pleasure to do this with you as well. Thank you as well for the people who make this possible. Christine, who is translating for us into French. I hope I will not speak too quickly. And as well, Ricardo, who is in the technical part. So let's start with our presentation today. As Patrizia said, is going to be intense, short, sweet, condensed, and I hope it can be very, very helpful. So the theme we chose, the title is Leadership, Vulnerability and Self-Knowledge. We need to be aware that all of us, the ones who have the role of leadership in the communities we are in or not, are all leaders in some shape or form. We are all vulnerable and we all need to embrace our inner worlds, who we are. So that's the theme that will occupy us today. Authentic religious leadership can only be exercised by learning to know oneself and to embrace our vulnerability so that we can embrace the vulnerability of others. The discernment that we so need in our religious life, in our life, needs true personal knowledge. There's no other way, and needs freedom. It's not only important to know the what and the how God invites us to do, but we need to be free from ourselves, from others, from external pressures to be able to do it so that we can seek God's ways in the crossroads of life. So this formation wants to give tools, to give exercises, to give insights and ways so that we can deepen and we can accept who we are because we are loved, so much loved by God, and we need to bring that under his gaze, under God's gaze. So it's always difficult to say his, her, or God's gaze, so that we can grow in maturity. So that's the image I chose, and I chose this image as much as probably it's very original for a theme like this, because an egg reminds us of the vulnerability, also reminds us that processes need time. As human beings, we need time to grow, to develop, to allow things to be. An egg speaks of protection. We need to protect ourselves, protect our vulnerability in order to allow ourselves to grow, and tells us that there is a hidden life within us, and that's so precious, and we need to look after and to take care of that hidden life. Also speaks to us about the potential that we carry inside, that we should never underestimate. So in a couple of seconds, I would like to ask you to think of this image, and what does this image suggest to you in this theme of leadership, vulnerability, and self-knowledge? So in some moments of silence, I invite you to think of this question. So we continue. And self-knowledge, why is it so important? And in my journey, and I'm sure that many of you, if not everyone, recognize that what separates us from God, mainly, it's not our vices, not even our instincts or our passions that sometimes we think that are against God, not even the transcendence of God. So the greatest impediment we often have to meet God, it's the ignorance about what's going on in our own selves, in our own hearts. We know so much about so many things, and it's important, but often we are a black hole to our own selves. We are illiterate about our inner world, and that leads us to live superficially and banally. Is Jesus himself, alongside the spirituality of the Catholic Church, of the Christianity that so many mystics tell us about this? When you want to pray, go into your room, into your secret place, some translations say, and close the door and pray to your Father. And I always joke a little bit, because sometimes we do close the door, but we lock God in and we remain outside. So how important to close the door with ourselves in, even though sometimes we find in ourselves realities that we find difficult to accept. But is in that secret place, in that room within us, where God is, where God sees, and where God rewards us, where God wants to be with us. So self-knowledge leads us to this union with God, which is to do and to seek and to do his will. And to do that, we need to cultivate our own soil. We need to distinguish, as the parable says, our stones, our hardnesses, and our thorns. And that's how we cannot make grace happen, but we can make space for grace and help God to help us to grow the seed that God has planted in us. So this vulnerability, this self-knowledge, this relationship with God is often surrounded by hardness, but we need to look into the mirror of our own selves, into the mirror of God's eyes. And so much so, in this path where the majority of us today are here, which is consecrated life, where we join our communities with the will to seek God's will for us, for others, and to help each other in community to do so. So we become people who live in community because we want to be a family united to Christ. And if that's right for each one of us, so more for the people who have the service of authority in our communities. In the last paragraph here, you can say, persons in authority are at the service of this search of God's will, to ensure that it occurs with sincerity and truth. And these words are from a document of the Church on service of authority, which is Facem Tuam, which often it's a hard balance, but a needed one. This search of God's will. So that's the theme. And before we launch thoroughly into the theme, I would like to ask help from Patricia to read something to us so that we can really discover and learn, see the importance of looking in the eyes, in our own eyes and in the eyes of others. So Patricia, please, if you could read.
The Fugitive and the Rabbi. One day, a young fugitive, trying to hide from the enemy, entered a small village. The people were kind to him and offered him a place to stay. But when the soldiers who were looking for the fugitive asked them where he was hiding, everyone became very afraid. The soldiers threatened to burn the village and kill all its inhabitants unless the young man was handed over to them before dawn. The people went to the rabbi and asked him what they were to do. Unwilling either to hand the young man over to the enemy or to see his people die, the rabbi retired to his room and read his Bible, hoping to find an answer before dawn. First thing in the morning, his eyes fell on these words: "It's better that one man die, that all the people perish." Then the rabbi closed the Bible, called the soldiers, and told them where the young man was hiding. And after the soldiers had taken the fugitive to kill him, the people made a feast because the rabbi had saved his life. But the rabbi did not celebrate. Overcome with a deep sadness, he remained in his room. That night, an angel came to him and asked him, "What have you done?" He said, "I delivered the fugitive to the enemy." And the angel said, "But did you not know that you had delivered the Messiah?" "How could I know?" The rabbi replied anxiously. The angel replied, "If instead of reading your Bible, you had visited this young man just once and looked into his eyes, you would have known."
So in some moments of silence, how does this story echo within you in relationship to leadership? So we leave again a couple of minutes of seconds so we can think a little bit. So I'd like to place this formation and all of us in God's hands. I'd like to pray that we can allow first and foremost God to look into our eyes, that we can learn and continue not to be afraid of looking into our own eyes, so that we can do that with other people. How often we fail and we want to make decisions, choose paths out of rules, out of what has to be done. And we can fail or forget or not give so much importance to looking into our own eyes, into the eyes of others. So, dear God, thank you so much for your presence, and as well for being a God who looks into our own eyes and wants to mirror them in your own gaze. We place this formation in your hands. Give us your grace. Give us the capacity of coming closer to you and also to others, so that we can embrace our vulnerability, lead in your paths, and embrace also who we are. And we ask these in Jesus Christ. Amen. So what I'm going to suggest and propose today and tomorrow, it's a journey into our inner world, and a journey that I've drawn not because I've come up with different realities in our worlds, but something that can help us to have a tour of our inner world. And I called it, as you've seen already, after a name of a mathematical geometric figure, which is a parabola, and with the word affectivity. I'm aware that in English this word is not so used, so I apologize if some people find that's not an appropriate word. I haven't found any other word, but it does exist in the dictionary, and when you go there, affectivity, it's what is impacted in our affective world. So here is a new word for some and an old one for others. So let's see, what is this parabola and how it can help us. So as we journey to try to know ourselves, to try to know who we are, the first step we find is our body, our sensations. Then as we go a little bit deeper, we find also our thoughts. Then, if we journey even deeper, we find our feelings. That gray area in the parabola, it's a little bit what it's more unconscious and sometimes more difficult for us to address, to know. So our feelings. Even deeper, we find our needs. And one of those needs, it's the affectivity. And we'll see tomorrow how this is so central in our lives. Then we also have our desires, our will, our capacity of will, our decisions, and our actions. So I'm sure there are many other dimensions within ourselves, but I think that these 9 dimensions help us to have a very good insight and picture of who we are. And that's what it will lead us these days. So there's a framework. Afterwards as well, we'll send you the video of these formations and also these presentations. So don't worry, you can take notes, of course, but don't worry if you can't take everything, because it will be sent to you. So let's see the first step of our parable is something that I would like Patrizia to share with you, so that this is not just an intellectual exercise, but something that can help us to do. So Patrizia, can you please ask people what they need to think and do now?
We invite you to recall and revisit a situation in which you have experienced being loved. Just recall it, bring it again to your heart. a simple situation, very real, with other human beings. So we invite you to do that right now. And remember this situation in such detail you can. You can also take notes.
So this situation will accompany us throughout all the formation. Can be something very simple, doesn't have to be a very complex situation, something that has touched our hearts. But we will ask more questions as we go. So let's start our tour. And the first stopping point as we come into our inner world, it's our sensations. So what is a sensation? Is the experience produced by the action of an external or internal stimulation. It's what our bodies perceive from light, sound, heat, sickness, relaxation. And then our senses transmit that to our brain, and that gives rise to perception. I think it's an easy definition that we can perceive. So when we come to our inner worlds, the first thing we need to realize, it's our bodies. Often in religious life, I have to say, we forget that we are bodies. And that is our capacity of being. We exist because we have a body. We cannot be in spite of our body. We cannot be without our body. So it is urgent to help our spiritual life to be rooted in the experiences that we have through our bodies. We also reach out to others and to God and to anything through our bodies. There's no other way. We cannot separate spiritual from the human, and much less from the corporeal. We are one. And thanks be to God, He underlines and reaffirmed that becoming one of us. So God became human flesh. He became body. So being who you are, being who we are, needs to go through our bodies, because that's the way we express ourselves. Our bodies give us our identity, our individuality, our being, our belonging even. All our communication is bodily. My tone of voice, the way I look, the way I gesture, the way I dress, the way I brush my hair. So all of that speaks of who I am. And our body is the window to the world. So we relate to the whole world around us through our bodies. And on the other way around, it's the window, it's the gateway to our interiority, because the world impacts in ourselves. So being attentive to what happens within us, we realize how the external world is impacting and affecting and inhabiting who we are. So it is essential that we are attentive to what happens to us, to our bodies. And there's a big rule that I'm going to repeat the whole time, without judging. Because often we are very quick to judge what happens in us. And something that it's beautiful and often we forget is that God's will manifests itself to us also through our bodies. So if we want to come to know what God might be saying to us, one of the things we need to realize is what our body is telling us. So if I'm ill, if I'm tired, if I'm excited, if something in my body is moving, probably as well, there is something there that God is trying to tell me. And it's important as well, and we'll do that throughout the whole of this formation, that in all of these steps, we look at Jesus. So Jesus related to all the people in his time through his body. Jesus reveals the face of God through his own body. Everything that we know from God through Jesus is because of his body, what he said, what he did, how he behaved, how he accepted to die on a cross, and also his resurrection. So he ran the risk of encountering the face of so many people in their physical presence. Jesus came closer to the people of his time and comes close to us through his physical presence, accepting the physical presence of others, with their pains, with their grievances, with their joys. Jesus lived a constant body to body with us. And in that, Jesus made us know that we are loved. So here are some questions. How do we live with our bodies? Seems a very strange question because we live with our bodies, but we need to become aware how we bring our bodies into the equation. How do we live our life and our consecrated life from our body, with our body, in our body? Also, how do we receive the world around us from our body? How do we include our bodies in the experience of spirituality? And for the ones who are in the leadership roles, how do you lead? How do we lead from the experience of our bodies? How important is that to take into account what my body is telling me, what the people around me, their bodies are telling me? So that's so important. So I'll leave those questions a couple of minutes, or a couple of seconds, and we'll move on. I think it's the impact of these questions. How does the body come into the picture? So all these aspects are interlinked, and we need to take them into account. So we are a body where we live. The body is a window onto the world. Also, our body manifests our inner world. Jesus lived in a body, meeting the reality of the body of other people, of everyone. And how do we bring that into our spirituality? So here is a list of sensations that can help. It's not complete. I'm sure we can find others, but it's important that we have words to name what happens in us. So you can see that all of these things are visible when they happen in a body, in ourselves. They have a visible reality. I'll bring that list in a couple of minutes. I would like to lead you again into the exercise that will accompany us. So Patricia, please, if you can change my voice and give voice to these slides.
I invite you to go back again to the situation in which we experience being loved. What sensations did you experience? Am I able now to take note of some sensations that I feel when I experience being loved? This is a list of sensations. I invite Paola to keep it in order to translate it into French for our French sisters and brothers. Thank you.
Okay, so we continue. Sorry if I didn't give enough time for the translation. And after the sensations, what we have that we can look at in our inner world, it's our thoughts. So, as you would define it probably in the same way, thought is the human mental capacity to analyze, to understand, to evaluate both what happens inside and outside of us. So a thought can be an idea, a concept, an image, a memory, a judgment, a calculation to the future, imagination, a word, so much more, so much more. So thoughts, we could say, are meanings and representations created by the mind in order to understand, reason, analyze, formulate, read, and relate to reality. It's an amazing capacity we have, this capacity of self-reflection, capacity of reflecting what is internal and external. So to become aware of what is happening. What we're doing here now, it's thinking, so thinking about our own thoughts. It's important to recognize that our thoughts shape and form us. So to come to know ourselves, we need to know what we think, how and what we understand of the world around us, how we think of ourselves and others. That's so important. I don't know if we spend time just pondering, what am I thinking? What are my thoughts about this reality, about this person, about this situation? Because sometimes life is so quick and we just respond. We need to become aware of our thoughts. It's also important to look at the values and ideals we proclaim, to formulate them, to formulate what we consider good and bad. What are the rules, the norms, the ideals that govern us? So it's important to pay attention to our own thoughts. Because as well, our relationship and our adherence to God and to God's kingdom pass through what we think. Because God relates to us as well with our thoughts. It's one of the most amazing human faculties that God knows it's important and takes into account. So also the image we have of God, thinking we do of God, totally conditions our way of relating to God and to the gospel, and that will shape as well the way we live and relate to others. So what do we think about God? How do we relate to God? How do we think God thinks of us? How do we think the gospel? That's so important, because that will bring us closer or will distance us from the gospel Jesus gave us. So some questions that are important to ask, even though they seem very simple, but I think they are complex, is what do I think? How do I think? And another question that sometimes it's more challenging is, do I think? Because sometimes we don't even have space or time to think. So what do I think about this situation? How do I think about this situation? Do I think? And more so in the leadership role in our communities, because a lot of thought needs to be put in place for discernments to be done, for conversations to be held, for projection, for vision. So thoughts are very important. And Jesus is the one as well that helps us and teaches to think, because we are called to have the mind of Jesus. We are told in the letters of St. Paul. So Jesus allowed himself to be shaped by God's word. So many times Jesus quotes the scripture, so many times Jesus looks and thinks into what God might have said in the past. He allowed himself to be shaped inwardly by God's mercy and knowledge. So Jesus thought a lot about who God was, about what human life was, about what was his mission, how and what to do next. But at the same time, he didn't allow himself to be shaped by the wrong ways of thinking about religion that meant discrimination, hypocrisy and injustice in the name of God. So there are also thoughts in his time that were wrong. There were also lots of opinions that he heard, but he didn't agree with, and he didn't allow those thoughts and those opinions to determine his way of thinking. He didn't allow himself to be carried away by those erroneous messianic expectations that diverted him from God's ways of salvation. So if we read the gospel in a thought level, we see so many conflicts, we see so many ways of thinking, and Jesus chose always to think as God thought. Remember when he rebuked Peter and said, "Get away from me, Satan, because you don't think as God thinks, you think as human beings think." So it's normal, we are human beings. And as Jesus, we are called to think as God thinks. That's a huge challenge. So we need to think of God. Like Jesus, we can discover and convert to what God thinks of us and of others, so that we don't get stuck in wrong, distorted, and lying images. This is a sentence that I like very much. With Jesus, we are to think of God who thinks of us, and keep the meaning of God's words, to embrace God's plans and follow Jesus in his ways. So with our thoughts, we are to spend time and space thinking of how God thinks of us, until God can change our way of thinking, so to embrace his kingdom, his ways, so that we can follow Jesus' steps. And that has to do a lot with our thoughts. So a suggestion, a tool I'm giving you, it's how to pray so that our thoughts can become more as Jesus' thoughts. And one way is to become more and more rooted in God's love. And for that, we need to think and meditate often on who we are for God, even when our feelings and our thoughts deny it. And if we go back or into the baptism of Jesus, if we drench ourselves in the river Jordan with Jesus and go into his baptism of love, we receive these words from Jesus. This is my, from God, sorry, this is my beloved Son, in whom my soul delights. There's a sentence from Jesus later on in the gospel that he says, remain in my love as I remain in God's love. As the Father has loved me, so I have loved you. So this experience of Jesus in the baptism in the River Jordan wasn't just for him. Jesus experienced God's love and his mission, his will, his thought is to drench us into the same love of God. It's to immerse us into the same love of God. So we need to spend a lot of time, I invite you, listening with Jesus to these words. This is my beloved child, my beloved son, my beloved daughter. You are my beloved child, in whom my soul delights. It's a big challenge, but we need to think with the mind of Jesus. And these words informed the mind of Jesus throughout the whole of his life. So I invite you that in your prayer, many times, you just stop and listen to these words. You are my beloved child, in whom my soul delights. So let's just pause for some seconds with this sentence, and then we'll move on. So Patrizia, please, now I turn over to you.
Thank you, Paula. We go back again to our experience where we feel, where we experience being loved. This story will accompany us for the whole day. So let's back to it, and let's try to write down some thoughts that we had when we experienced, we were in this story, where we felt loved. Which kind of thoughts we had.
We've done 2 steps of our parable, and the next step will be a long one. So before we launch into that step, I'd like to share with you another song, a worst song that can help. asking, it's a Spanish song, it's translated in English as well, so that you can follow, and also with the images. And it's a song that asks God, someone to guide me. Give me someone who guides me. Give me someone who is not blind so that I can understand what's your plan for me. Also, many of you are those guides for others. So we also pray for you, for us, so that we can guide others in this path. So I'll put the song, we'll listen to it, and then afterwards we'll have a short break of 10 minutes. But we'll come to that in a minute. Sorry, let me just see if I can do this gently. Okay, I don't think I can. Okay, let's do it like that. I think I'll share it from another place. Sorry. So, okay, so Patricia, I turn over to you if you lead us into the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. And I think that when we come back from the break, we have a huge theme about the feelings. So we take just 10 minutes of break. I know that it's intense, but I'm sure that you can cope with it. Sister Paula will send you the material just in English. So for the French sisters, you can take that into consideration, and we will see if perhaps we can provide a fast translation or a automatic translation into French. We will see. Okay, so we have 10 minutes. We will start again at 10:03 minutes. Rome time. So you know that you have 10 minutes in your country. Okay, thank you very much for your passion. Thank you, Paula. Thank you. To restart recording and we can start again, Paula. So talking about feelings.
So here we go again. As Patricia was saying, yes, my mic is on. As Patricia was saying, now we will go into a big chunk of our formation. That's why we wanted to have the break before. So let's see if I can. Yes, there you are. So we had sensations, thoughts, and now we will be looking into feelings to continue our journey into our inner world. So feelings, there are many definitions that we could give. One of the definitions I found and I find very helpful is feeling is an inner tendency, an energy, a movement that pushes us in a certain direction. So it can be either a direction of attraction in relation to anything or anyone that we value as good, or in a direction of rejection, of getting away from that reality if we value that reality, that person, that situation as bad. So feeling is a movement, it's a tendency, it's an energy. So we have to say that they are tendencies to action, it's true, but they don't need to be responsible for our actions. We can have one feeling and still do something totally different. Another thing that we need to add about feelings, which is very important, is that they are not controllable. Sometimes we'd like to control them. We'd like to get up in the morning and say, don't feel nervous, don't feel sad, just feel happy. That doesn't happen. Or if we are in a meeting and we think we are very stressed or there are conflicts and we want not to feel them, we cannot say to ourselves, oh, we can, but we cannot make ourselves not to feel what we feel. So they are not controllable, they are not voluntary, unless we've placed ourselves in situations that will cause the feelings. So they are not moral, sorry. They cannot be judged morally. And so often we do that. If we feel things we don't like, we often think bad things about ourselves or about others. So even though they are not controllable or voluntary, we need to keep track of our feelings, as much as they are not always easy to live with, because they have a strong influence in us, in our motivations, and in our behaviors. So we often are afraid of our feelings, and that's why we don't find them very easy to be with. As I said, because they are not controllable, because often I don't cause my own feelings, but I can still decide to behave one way or the other, conditioned by the feelings I have. I can love this chocolate cake that I found in the fridge. I still can decide if it's good for me, if I'm going to eat it or not. So we cannot make them responsible for our behaviors. That's why they are not moral. And I don't have to allow them to dictate my own behavior. I think as well here, the diversity of cultures we have in our meeting will as well lead us to another complex reality. Different cultures, different people relate with the feelings in a different way. So that will be a totally different dimension to enter. But anyhow, in any culture, with any personality, feelings are very, very important. So what I would like to share with you today as tools and as a way and as some exercises that we can do is how to live with our feelings, what to do with them. There will be lots of insights here and I hope they will be helpful. So the first one that I will share with you is please welcome your feelings without judging them. What do I mean by this? So the first step to relate to our feelings is to develop an attitude of welcome, giving them dignity because they have the right to be present in us. God created us with our feelings. They are such a beautiful part of us. So welcome them. And as you welcome them, try not to be afraid of them. So many times we don't welcome them because we think or we feel overwhelmed. So fear, often it's a feeling that accompanies our feelings. So don't give in to the fear. Try not to judge them, the feelings, or try not to judge yourself. Try not to condemn. We'll look into this with a little bit more of detail. Try not to justify. If this hadn't happened, this I wouldn't be feeling. And try not to run away. So we tend to judge ourselves according to the good or bad, to the moral value we attribute to feelings. How many times, I'm sure you say this to yourself, how come at my age I still feel this? Or if I were a good person, I would feel differently. So much prayer and I feel what I shouldn't feel. Really, how come I am not able to control my feelings? If God had strength in me, I wouldn't be feeling this. I'm sure that so many times we've said these sentences, this is a judgment. We are judging ourselves according to the feelings we have. And that's something that we are to seek not to do because it's not helpful. If the feelings knock at your door, open politely. So whether it's anger or tenderness, indignation or admiration, welcome them with magnanimity because they are part of us. So let me just take the picture out so you can see me. So often we want to allow some feelings in and would like to leave others out. There's no way. If we leave some feelings out, which normally we call negative feelings, again, a judgment, bad feelings, then we cannot also feel the good and the positive feelings, as we said. So I would like to say more pleasant or unpleasant feelings, but all of them are felt with the same heart, with the same person, by the same person. So we need to welcome all the feelings we have because they give us a lot of information. So welcome them with a big heart, with a big soul, because they are part of us. So if it's anger, come on in. What do you want? If it's joy, come on in. What do you want? And all the other things. It's not worth to fight against them in the attempt of weakening or eliminating them. Often we have that temptation. We fight the feelings, we want to change the people we hold responsible of them in our lives. We want to change them, but normally they are stronger and much more persistent. Psychology tells us that they are psychodynamic energy that needs to be expressed, released, and dissipated. So feelings, as they are feelings, need to be felt. And we'll see that in a moment. Another thing that it's important is that even if I have feelings that I don't like, or feelings that are very strong or very difficult, feelings are not who I am. I can feel anger, I can feel sadness, I can feel despair, I can feel joy, I can feel enthusiasm, but I'm more than that. So feelings are not who I am. And that's important to say, I'm much more than what I feel. And as they are not voluntary many times, I don't make them happen a choice. So I cannot identify myself with them. This, though, doesn't mean that I should ignore them. I need to, I need to recognize them even when they are uncomfortable. A big invitation is to accept them when they are pleasant, so I can enjoy them. Because often, because we don't acknowledge or welcome bad feelings, also, as we call them, also, we neglect the good ones. And feelings give us such an inner beauty. They make life beautiful within us. So we cannot neglect those beautiful feelings we have. So this is the first insight into feelings. Welcome them without judging yourself, without judging them. So let's see the second part. If you have any questions, please write them on the chat. We will have some time today to try to speak things over. That's why I'm going a little bit at a good pace so that we have time at the end to share and to discuss these things and to hear your comments. So the second step, after not judging and welcoming them, is to feel the feelings. So what does this mean? Means to feel. It doesn't mean to do what they tell us to do. It's not allowing ourselves to go in the direction they push us to. It's about getting in touch with them and their inner energy. So I think this is very important. So welcoming feelings and feeling them, it's to get in touch. It's to get in contact with what they are saying, expressing within us. And how do you do that? How do you feel? Acknowledging the presence and welcoming the feelings. It's already one step. And allowing their energy to express itself inside. So, for instance, if you are feeling joyful, how important it's to get in touch with that joy and just say to yourself, I am joyful. And allow yourself, your mind, your body to be in touch with that joy within. The same way if you are angry, the same way if you are envious, the same way if you feel laziness, the same way if there is fear or if there is excitement, to touch, to be present within yourself to that feeling, allowing that feeling to be present to you. And words can help. I will give you a list of feelings in a moment. Images can help, sometimes painting or looking into nature or seeing some pictures. Sometimes movements, silences, art can help. I think we'll look into that in a moment as well. So another thing it's important as we feel the feelings is not to put an expiry date on feelings either. Sometimes when I when I'm in touch with my feelings, sometimes because of situations, sometimes I think, oh, by tomorrow this will be over. And by tomorrow it's not over. So sometimes I can be frustrated with myself. Oh, I shouldn't be feeling this again. See, judgments coming in. So one of the things we need to learn is that we cannot put an expiry date to our feelings. They will tell us how much they need, how long they need. Some will come and go, and so we don't need to give too much importance to them. But others are more persistent, and those are the ones who require more our attention. Another place and reality that helps us to address feelings, it's to do them, to feel them in the presence of God. So how do we do that? It's about bringing God, ourselves, and our emotional world together. And probably sometimes we don't do these very often. So God, ourselves, and our emotional world. For the moment, I have to apologize. There's a birthday party of one of our colleagues just next door to me. So if you hear some noise in the background, that's what's happening. So we enjoy with them and we continue. So we need to bring God into the picture with our feelings. We cannot leave our emotional world out of our relationship with God. So allowing the feelings to be and to feel them with God. I would say that prayer is about allowing God to meet us where we are, with our emotions, without us having to change them. This is so important. How often we go to God and we think that we have to change ourselves, that we have to change our feelings in order to be acceptable to God. That's not true. There's no one word in the Gospels that teaches that. God invites us in, invites himself, herself into our world as we are, with the feelings we have. And That's why we need to bring our emotions to meet God without having to change them. The last paragraph you can read, it is God who, in an unsuspected way, touches us, touches our feelings, enlightens us to understand what is happening and changes us if necessary. So if God wants to change us, which sometimes it's true and sometimes it's not, but God wants to embrace us, to touch us. Ours, it's to allow God in to the world of our feelings. So in the prayer, the proposal to embrace feelings means to feel what you feel, waiting in the presence of God. And I very much like this image, as if you were in an emotional jacuzzi. So there is no point, sorry, here's the clapping. There is no point in trying to push that emotion away, however great the temptation. So bring that into God. Feel that in the presence of God. Even if you feel helpless, even if you don't know what to do, that's not a problem. So directing your attention very gently to that emotion and sinking into it like a good bath, doing that, you are embracing God. God is embracing you in the midst of your feelings. As much as thoughts are important, sometimes it's important not to think too much. Just feel the emotion with God. That is so important. We embrace God and God embraces us in the midst of it all. Even if we feel otherwise, sometimes even trying to feel in the presence of God, we feel resistance, we feel fear, we feel inadequacy. So we want to get away from there, but God is reaching out to us. It doesn't matter if you feel better or worse, bad or good. The important thing is to wait in faith before God with the feelings that inhabit us. God will transform us. God will unite himself to us, ourselves to him, to her, and God is loving us. Even if we feel the most emotional, uncomfortable silence. I think this is a very important tool to learn to feel whatever we are feeling in the presence of God, in our own presence, without running away. And if we affirm that of the uncomfortable feelings, in the same way we need to affirm this of the pleasant, we need to affirm it, of the pleasant feelings that emerge in us. Because sometimes we forget about the good things. So feel also the joy, the pleasure, the confirmation of being who you are, the acceptance. Feel them as well in the presence of God, so that God can strengthen you, can console you, can unite himself, herself to you, unite you to God, and strengthen you from within. We need to give back, if we don't do it already, back the place of feelings in our prayer, in our relationship with God. So, first step, welcome the feelings without judging. Second, remain in contact with them, feel them. So here comes a third step, which is call them by name and confer dignity to them. How do we do that? In order to be able to feel the feelings and understand what is happening in us, it is very healthy to try to recognize them, the feelings we have, in order to name them. It's not always easy to identify them. So often we find it difficult because we feel lots of things together, constellations of feelings, conflicting and contradictory emotions, mixed with thoughts, with sensations and other inner spaces. So it's not so easy. It's a learning curve to distinguish them if we are able to. So one of the things I would like to give you is to give you words, to increase our vocabulary so that we can speak our inner worlds. And that will help us to be more human, to get to know ourselves better, and to make us feel more peace. Even when we don't change anything, already to acknowledge and name what happens inside, bring us relief. So even though it's not an easy curve, we need to get used to recognize what we are feeling by calling what is happening by name. One of the studies that it's done in psychology, it's how we are frustrated when we don't have words to name things. That brings violence within us. So humans become more humans when they have words to name their reality. So that's so important, to give us words to feel and words for so many other things. And that's why I want to, in a minute, to give a list of realities, of words that give us names for feelings. So in English, I've given this formation in different languages. In Portuguese, there's more than 400 words. I'm from Portugal, to name feelings. I'm sure that in English as well, at least I found more than 250. So in your own language, you need to find the words that express feelings. To do that, just go on to the internet and search a list of feelings, and a whole list of sites will give you that. So I'm going to share some words with you. And as you can see, these words are very well known. They are not difficult. I'll just share some, and to help with translation, I'll start with A. So acceptance, I feel acceptance. I feel admiration. I feel adoration. I feel affection. I feel afraid, and so on. If I go to E, I feel eager. I feel earnest. I'm earnest. I feel easygoing. I'm in ecstasy. I'm ecstatic. A little bit lower down, I feel embarrassment. There's so many words. Then if I go to S, I feel sad because I feel sadness. I feel sarcastic. I feel satisfaction. So I will leave it a little bit there. And the list goes on and on and on. So I'll just go to the next slide. So again, to help translation, if we go to B, how many times we feel bad-tempered, we feel bitterness, we feel blue. It's very nice because sometimes colors can help to name feelings. If we go to F, I feel fascinated, fatalistic, and I'm sure that many of us feel like that nowadays with all the realities of the world that come through the news. We feel fear. So if we go to G, I feel generous, I feel glad, I'm gloating, gloomy, greedy, grief. If we go to T, tenderness, tense, terror, threat. So as you can see, all these words are words that are part of our vocabulary. They are not too difficult. Some of them probably will be new for some of us. If we continue the list, and we go to D, I feel defeated, I feel defiance, delighted. So H, I feel happy, I feel happiness. Then if we go to U, for instance, I feel uncomfortable, under attack, unhappy. Or if we go to W, I feel weary, I feel wonder. So as you can see and say, there are so many words that can help us. So I really encourage each one of you either to, when you receive this presentation, or to go online and search for and search for the words of feelings. I think it's a beautiful exercise sometimes to stop, get hold of the list and say, what am I feeling? Because sometimes we don't know. And if we haven't done this exercise too often, we'll find difficulty. So don't worry if you do that. It's a learning process. So we need to call them by name to help ourselves to feel the feelings and to welcome them. So fourth step, try to understand where they are coming from and where they are going. So if feeling it's a tendency, it's a movement of attraction or rejection, we need to realize what they are pushing me towards or what are pulling me away from. So how do we do that? We need to listen what they are saying to us. So we need to go inside ourselves and try to perceive as well the information they are giving us. Because if we listen to Christianity, to Christian spirituality, we know that God speaks to us through our inner movements. So we need to see what they are trying to tell us. For example, if I feel anger, I need to ask myself and to ask God, what is anger telling me? What is God trying to tell me through anger? Can be, this is an example, that it's revealing a deep wound in me. In my anger, I may meet the wounded child in me who reacts helplessly to the wounds of parents and teachers. For instance, if in the past I had an experience of people using too much authority with me and I couldn't respond, probably I learned that people had too much power over me. So can be that this anger now indicates that I have given others that power, too much power over me. So anger would then be the liberating force to free me from the power of others, to open myself to God and to open myself to freedom. So often when we find some feelings that we don't think they should be in us, we are taking the risk not to listen to what those feelings might be saying. Oh, you shouldn't be feeling this because you are in consecrated life. Oh, you have problems of obedience because you respond when someone tells you something. Can be, but we need to be more careful and listen to whatever feelings are there. I always say, I can be envious. That's not a problem. Sometimes we think that because envy, it's a capital sin, we should run away from that. It's a capital sin if we act on that envy, if we mistreat people out of that envy. But if I'm envious, for instance, of a colleague of mine, of Patrizia, I can say, oh, she has talents that I don't have. That's envy. But I can learn from her. I can ask for help. I can encourage other people to listen to her. So that's not a problem. A problem would be that I would not look at her. I would compare myself with her and feel less and think I'm less, because I'm not as another person is. But envy probably will tell me that I can learn something, that I would like to grow in myself, that I don't have this, that this person has. And I can always share. So the feeling in itself is not a sin. It's the way we deal with the sin, with the feeling, that will lead us in a sinful path or not. So we need to listen to what the feelings are saying to us and to what God is telling us through that feeling. So interpreting what the feeling is saying, what the experience emotions are telling us, it's essential to assess if we are being led in a constructive direction or if our feelings are leading us to another direction, to retreat into ourselves. But if I only discard those feelings, I will never discover God's way in me. I will never walk this path of freedom that God wants to walk in me. So feelings give us the information we need. This phase is very delicate. It's not easy. It requires patience, vigilance, and courage, because often we don't like to look at those feelings that lead us in a direction we don't want to, and needs learning so that we can interpret the inner movements. So it is necessary to confront our feelings honestly with the Word of God, with the moral demands of Christian life in the context of the concrete situations. So what do I want to say with this? So as we look at our feelings and interpret them, we need to see, how does the Word of God speak of those realities? Because if I'm feeling this, what is the Word of God telling me? If God is asking me to follow Him, to forgive, and my feelings of resistance, so how is this together? Then as well, to interpret those feelings in the contexts we are, in the reality where we are. Because one thing is to feel sadness in a very difficult situation. Another thing is to feel sadness in a very bright situation. So what is the reality as well telling me about the feelings? And also with the moral demands of Christian life. So am I embracing what is being asked from me? Am I resisting? So all of that gives information about our inner world. So we need to interpret, to understand where the feelings are coming from and where they are leading us to. And fifth is, what shall we do with the feelings we have? What shall we do with God? Lord, what shall we do? So all that we've done so far, it's already, I think, part of prayer. But there's a moment where we need to be more aware and say, okay, Lord, I'm feeling this. What shall we do? In order to decide what to do, I'm in the third paragraph, we have to have traveled the whole way of the parabola so far. Sometimes we want to decide already, we want to jump from A to Z without going through the whole alphabet, without giving space to the feelings within ourselves. So that's not possible. We really need to welcome our inner world in order to discern with God and to walk this parable from A to Z, in order to understand what God is asking from us. So once the world of feelings and passions has been recognized and interpreted, the act of deciding becomes an exercise of authentic human freedom. So discernment, leadership, prayer, what wants to achieve in us is to give us freedom. So for that, we need to learn and to know what abides us, what dwells in us, so that we can grasp what's happening. So we can decide out of freedom, with a personal responsibility, being clearly situated in the reality we are in, even though we know we are limited. So these are the 5 steps that I think are important in order to deal with feelings. So welcome them, feel them, try to call them by name, understanding where they are coming from and where they are leading to, and always putting that in the presence of God. That helps us to decide what to do. So what I've been trying to do so far is speaking about what it is, emotional intelligence. I'm sure that many of you have listened to this reality and have studied it. So this is another step on the way, which is to sense that our emotions within us, to perceive that there is something within us, that it's moving. So we need to address what is there. So we need to feel those emotions. We need to understand what are those, why are they there, where are they leading us, so that we can make use of our emotions and not only run away from them. I think those that are in leadership know and will agree with me that often misunderstandings and relational problems arise precisely at this level. It is not values, ideas that divide us. It is the feeling that creates the most painful misunderstandings, separations, and tensions. It's this feeling level that often brings confusion and problems in our relationships. For example, fear alienates us from others, anger makes us to be enemies, and melancholy sadly highlights their absence. So often what we are left with in our relationships, and often what leads to problems, it's the feeling zone. So we need to address this reality of feelings. Because we are vulnerable, and that makes us real. Feelings are the essence of what fragility generates in us, and we need to embrace them. It's not a deficiency. God has created us with feelings. He didn't created us machines, but she made feelings an authentic expression of our condition, of our human condition. Sometimes we could ask God, why have you created us with feelings? Let's see what's the response. Feelings reveal us. They don't lie. They tell us the reality if I'm attached to something or I reject something. It reveals my motivations. And that's why sometimes we are afraid of them, because with our thoughts, we would like to do something, to say something, and our feelings sometimes affirm that, but sometimes contradict it. So we need to listen to that. So when we have a good thought, but our feeling resists, instead of fighting against ourselves or against others, we need to ask, why? What is happening in me? That even though I want this and I proclaim this, my feeling is resisting. Why is there a difference? Why is there a gap? Why are these unpleasant feelings trying to lead me in a different direction? Because probably what's happening is that there is a truth underneath that wants to surface. An emotion brings you closer to the truth. A thought often leads you in a different path, leads you further away from the truth. And something that we need to learn very much, it's the self-deceit we have as humans. And the more we journey in consecrated life, in religious life, the more capacity we have to deceive ourselves and to deceive others. But God does not allow herself to be deceived. So feelings often are a very good thermometer of what is happening within us. So if we proclaim something as a value, but then our feelings don't accompany, more than being afraid, we need to listen to what that feeling is telling me about my reality. And as I said before, we need to let God into our feelings, and that's so precious. That's, I think, rule number one for any movement in our inner world. Let God in. We cannot ignore the feeling, because feeling manifests the most human part of the self. Feelings reveal our dreams, our motivations. Sometimes they are instinctive and immediate, passing and fleeting. Sometimes they remain. But, and this is a golden rule, they can also be evangelized and be the expression of a vital conversion. I would invite you to pray to God, Lord, transform my feelings. Transform me in my feelings, not only in my thoughts. And I think that spirituality in the past often gives too much importance to what we think. And we need to learn to allow God to evangelize us in our feelings. So God can touch us so deeply that that conversion can become vital, stable, and radical, because it reaches the deepest psychic areas of the person. In my own experience and in the experience of accompanying many people, I think this is the greatest challenge we are to have, and we have to help each other so that God can touch the deepest part of us. And feelings are one of the deepest part of us. There are others, we'll see that tomorrow. To allow God to touch our deepest psychic areas. It is a challenge for us as leaders, for our communities, for our consecrated life, for our Christian life today. So that God can touch our instinctual and emotional life, both on a conscious and on unconscious level. It's not easy. It is possible. We don't have to be all experts in psychology to do this. One of the parts to do that is to become aware of our feelings and to open them before God. If we look into the history of Christian life, if we look at the saints, at the mystics, spiritual men and women are not those who have eliminated instincts and drives, movements of the soul and inner tendencies. Sometimes we have a wrong idea about that, as if they didn't feel, as if they didn't have passions. No. Those men and women, those spiritual saints, mystics, they have allowed the spirit to touch their inner worlds. They have allowed the mysterious light of the spirit to illuminate all they lived. So if on one side feelings reveal the weak, fragile, the vulnerable side of the person, they are the most reliable photography of who we really are inside, feel inside, really want, wish. And they show us the real conversion of our hearts, because we cannot control them. So our instinctive feelings will tell us what is happening in front of Christ, in front of others, in front of gospel, in front of this following of Jesus that we want to undergo. So I would like you to read this passage, which is very dear to my heart, where God, at the end of the Bible, in the last book, says, "Look, I am standing at the door, knocking. If one of you hears me calling and opens the door, I will come in to share a meal at your side." And the way I interpret this passage and allow me to do that is that God is standing there at the door of our feelings. Remember that inner door that sometimes we lock and allow God and let God out. And God wants to get in into the deepest psychic parts of us. But one of the things God will not do is to force us. She will come in if we allow God to enter. He needs our freedom. He will not overlook our freedom. So if you hear God calling through your feelings also, if you open, Lord, come into my feelings, come with me onto my feelings. God says, I will come in to share a meal at that person's side. So that's the invitation. And before I finish the feelings, it is a long journey, I know. I'd like to look as well at Jesus from this point of view, which seldomly we do. Let's try to get a little bit closer to Jesus' feelings. We need to read the pages of the gospel, looking at Jesus' feelings, not only at the dogma, not only at the moral side of things, but asking Jesus, how did you feel? How did you feel? What did you feel? How did you engage with your own feelings and the feelings of others? Theologians tell us that there are at least 21 verbs in the gospel that express Jesus' feelings. There are more than 60 passages in total where we can touch how Jesus felt. It would be interesting to look at them all, but we don't have time. So I left here some examples that I think can help. So in Mark 1:41, if you remember at the beginning of Jesus' life, there's a leper that comes to him and says, if you want, you can heal me. It would be lovely as well to see all the body language in that passage. Here, looking at the feelings, we can see and read, moved with compassion. Jesus stretched out his hand and touched him. So the gospel tells us that Jesus felt compassion. It's one of the feelings that it's most common in the gospel. But if we look at Mark 3:5, in the scene in the synagogue where Jesus meets this man with a paralyzed hand, I'm sure you remember, it says, Jesus looking at them with anger, he was saddened at the hardness of their hearts. So I don't know if we would join anger and Jesus in a feeling together, but the gospel does. So Jesus felt anger, and he didn't apologize for feeling anger. There are other moments where we see Jesus in anger. Anger, it's a feeling of justice. It's a feeling that shows us that something is not right. And Jesus felt it and acted upon it, not being violent with people, but doing and saying what he sensed he had to do. So anger and sadness go together in this passage. And Jesus performs the miracle, not out of compassion, as it was the former one, but does the miracle. And then in Luke 10:21, we have a normal or more known feeling of Jesus, which is joy. Jesus rejoiced in the Spirit. And then you could look at so many other passages. I encourage you to do that. So now I hand over to Patrizia.
We go back to our friend, our story, where we felt loved. What are the feelings that we experience, that we remember? Which feelings we felt if we go back to our story where we felt loved? You can write down some of the feelings.
Okay, so we've done the parable so far. I will not advance more content today because I think it has been more than enough. Just sharing with you, if I find it on my computer, the parable. It's just, let's see, where are we? Yeah. So so far we've done the sensations, the thoughts and the feelings. Tomorrow we will do the rest, but I think that with the feelings has been a long journey. So now we have till the end, a little bit before the end. We have time for comments, for questions, or for echoes. So I hand over to you, Patricia, as you want to do it, and we continue.
Thank you very much, Paula. It was really intense, profound, and so real, so close to our daily life. My suggestion is to take 2 minutes of break so we can also allow our interpreter to breathe and also to allow the participants to reflect on some questions or comments they might share. You can share it in the chat, or you can choose the icon reactions and raise your hand. Don't use your physical hand because we can't see you all. And we can give you the flow briefly to share your comment, your feedback, or your questions. So let's take 2 minutes of silence just to review our notes and to see if there is something we want to go more in depth. Thank you again, Paula. Okay, we can take this time of reflection, on dialogue. I want to acknowledge the presence of some men during this course, which is very important for USG to welcome also religious or lay people who work in this field. And I want also to underline the fact that vulnerability and leadership is a 3-year theme for the UISG because of our assembly plenary, whose title was Embracing Vulnerability in the Synodal Path. No need to translate because I'm going just to repeat what I said in English. So Christine, you can just wait. Et je dis seulement que c'est très important avoir 2 hommes aussi dans les cours de l'UISG parce que de religieux ou de laïcs, et aussi que la vulnérabilité est un thème pour 3 ans pour la UISG, et parce que nous avons une autre assemblée dans les mois de mai, et le thème était embrasser la vulnérabilité dans le chemin synodal. Donc, pour nous, c'est un thème que nous allons développer dans les prochains 3 ans, vulnérabilité et leadership. I'm going to English now, and I want just to highlight 2 questions in the chat, Paula, which are very important. They are both in English, but I will read it they are both in French, I will read it in English. The first one is, which is the link between the feeling and the thoughts, if there is a link, and which of them comes before? So feeling and thought. This is the first question. The second is, how can I distinguish, recognize a sensation, a feeling, and a pulsion?
Pulsion, yeah.
Pulsion,
Okay. Pulsion.
The third question, again in French, is asking how we can welcome, accept fully our feelings, also when they are very violent, strong.
So thank you for the questions, which are challenging, but very, very good. What I would first like to say is that any scheme, any outline of whatever, it's always a simplification of the reality. So one of the things I'm not looking after is to separate things. I think sometimes we separate them to understand them better. It's like in a human body, we have the nervous system, we have the muscle system, we have the digestive system, but they work all together. But in order to study them, we try to separate them. So it's not a huge importance, or I don't know how to say it, to distinguish, is this thought, is this sensation, is this pulsion, is this feeling? Because separating, we can lose the whole picture, or we can try to damage them. Which is important is to realize that we have thoughts, we have feelings, they go together and they interact together. So if the question is, how do I distinguish a thought from a feeling? It's important, first of all, to realize that they go together, and then to see, okay, so what is the thought saying? What is the feeling saying? Sometimes the feeling comes first, sometimes the thought comes first, sometimes they come at the same time. So I'm giving you some lenses to be able to recognize what it's there. I'm sorry if I don't answer exactly the answer you'd be expecting, but I think it's important. So for instance, in a situation, which has just happened now, suddenly I read a message of there is no translation in French. So the thought that comes to mind and the feeling come together, saying, the thought says, this can't be, we cannot continue. The feeling is, hurry, we need to do something. Something is wrong. I feel inadequate. We are giving something. So all the things come together. So we need to be aware, and then we decide what to do. I ask for help. I wait of that. So I think that's important to realize. Feelings and thoughts go together. I think there's a word we use very much, which is important, which is intuition. So intuition, it's when everything happens at the same time. Sensations, feelings, thoughts, desires, something emerges within. An inner movement. And within that inner movement, then we need to see, okay, so what is happening? So I hope this answers the first question. Patricia, tell me if not. And I would go to the second one, which again is, how do I distinguish sensations, feelings, and pulsions? So one of the things it's important is that feelings lead to sensations. So normally we understand when we are afraid, our body responds. So we get like this, we're paralyzed, or if we're excited, our body goes forward. So it is important to realize that a sensation, it's something physical that we can perceive physical, with tears, with gestures, with the posture of our shoulders, with our eyes, with our mouth, with our tears. So when I speak of sensations, I'm speaking about something physical. That's why I gave you the list before. Those sensations are accompanied by feelings, and feelings have sensational expression, but feelings, it's something more interior. So I can feel joy inside and not always express it. I can feel sadness, I can feel generosity. Some feelings don't have a bodily expression, some others do. And pulsions, I think we would need to define what each one of us feels, understands by pulsions. So probably they are, again, the desire, the inner movement we experience. So we need to bring that down, break that down, we would say in English, to what we understand. But I think that probably tomorrow, speaking about needs and about desires as well, we'll understand a little bit more the pulsions. And then the last question, when feelings are very violent, what to do with them? I would apply the same thing, okay? Someone rings at the door. Who is it? It's anger, it's violence. Oh, welcome, come in. That doesn't mean you're going to do and obey whatever these guests are doing. But if they are knocking at your door, please don't leave them outside, because if they don't enter through the door, they will enter through the window, or probably they're already inside. So there's nothing to do about it. Welcome them. It's better to be aware of what's happening rather than unaware. Then sometimes it's really difficult to feel those feelings, so we need to take them with doses. Sometimes we need to ask for help. That's why as well spiritual accompaniment is so important. Sometimes we need some psychological help, which is a great tool. And in some cultures, it's not well looked at, but it's a great tool to give us psychological techniques to address things. Sometimes the situations we've been through or are happening to us are very difficult, so we don't know how to engage with them. But if anger, violence are there, we need to slowly get in touch with them. Feeling them in the same way, and sometimes it helps to do something that allows that anger to be expressed in a healthy way. Being it running, doing sports, sometimes it's doing a radical sport. Be careful with what you do. Don't harm yourself, don't harm others, never. Sometimes it's going for a walk, sometimes it's music, sometimes it's just being on your own, sometimes it's listening to music very loudly. I have a friend that whenever he's angry, what he does is to put the headphones and put music really loud and sing along, or go and shout somewhere. We need to find healthy ways to express our feelings, and each one of us will have different ways. If that violence persists, it's important to get some help. And And also, as we feel those things, sometimes it will allow us to get to the root of that violence, of that anger. It can be, sorry to say, some abusive situation you're going through, something in the past that's requiring your help, some kind of relationship that's not good, something that God can be asking you and you are afraid and you are angry at it. But there's so many things. We need help. We cannot go this path alone. And then as well, continue asking God for light, for guidance, and decide what to do with that anger. Sometimes it's okay, this situation is unjust, I need to do something, but not in a violent way. What do I need to do? Or I need to address what's happening, what has happened to me. I hope it answers somehow, but again, each case, it's a different case. Patricia.
Thank you very much, Paula. I beat my pillow. It helps me a lot when I feel very,
Thank you.
It helps a lot. There are other two questions, Paula. There are other comments that you can also read afterward. The first question is how we can nurture emotional intelligence in us and in our sisters. And the second, I'm going to read it because it's in English. I think we human beings are once lying to our feelings, and so we cannot manage them well. Right? What do you think, Paula? The question is from Emelinda Falsis. It's the second paragraph.
Can you read that again, Patricia? Sorry, because I missed something. I agree that...
I think we human beings are once lying to our feelings, and so we cannot manage them well. Do you agree?
I think we human beings are
It seems there is no distance between ourselves and our feelings. How do you feel with that?
Okay, so let's go to how we nurture our emotional intelligence. So that's one of the reasons why we're having this formation. It's because we want to nurture this emotional intelligence in our consecrated life. So I think it's a very good question, a very needed one. Because I often think that in our formation, as human beings, as married people, as young people, as consecrated people, as I said at the beginning, we learn about so many things and we often don't learn about feelings, how we relate to feelings. I think we need to bring that subject into our formation, into our initial formation and ongoing formation in consecrated life. And one of the ways to nurture this emotional intelligence is to ask this amazing question that is very simple and very difficult. What are you feeling? It seems a very psychological question, but it's one of the questions that has saved me and still saves me, because it leads you in this path to give ourselves words to know what we are feeling. To give ourselves words to express to others what we are feeling, which we still need to learn. We cannot say all that we are feeling to others because that can hurt others. So we need to learn how to communicate in a healthy way our feelings. And we need to create safe spaces in our communities in order for people to address their own feelings, in order to communicate them. And then there are many formations that can be received. As I said, this is one of them, and I think this can help. But thank you for the question, because I think we really need to nurture this emotional intelligence, which I think it's at the basics of all the other intelligences and all the things we do, because we can be very good, intelligent people academically, but we need this emotional intelligence that will lead us to relational intelligence and all the other intelligences. I hope I've answered, but you still let me know if not. I think
the sisters.
Sorry?
We should ask the sisters if you answer, but I think so. And
yes.
I think
yes.
that the team will also complete tomorrow, Paula.
Yes.
Thank you.
I find this question very interesting. First, I didn't understand it, but I think I do now. I think we human beings are ones lying to our feelings, and so we cannot manage them well. Yes, that's true. I think we lie to ourselves in order not to be in touch with our feelings, because our feelings are very powerful, are very truthful, majority of times. Sometimes they are not, sometimes feelings come and go, and that's all right. And we don't need to pay too much attention. But sometimes when the feelings are there and are very persistent, we need to ask them. So if we want to run away from them, as we often do, if we want to tell ourselves, no, this is not part of me, if we want to push them away, then yes, we are lying to ourselves, and feelings will not give in. They will be continuously there. That's why I think it's very important. When I was at the novitiate as a formator, I would always say, that good education, good manners last for 10 years, 15 years. After that, we get tired. And so sometimes we wonder why this person in the community has been such a good sister or brother or father or priest for 10 years, and then suddenly the person has a total different behavior. Sometimes I think there are things within that have been not addressed. We don't blame people. I don't think that's the path to go, but because sometimes we are very good to lie at ourselves, to think that we are who we are not, that what we feel within will change. But actually what we feel within, it's trying to tell us something. And it's an amazing richness. It's a beauty within us, consciously and unconsciously. Sometimes, even when we look at our unconscious worlds, the idea is that it's always negative. It's not true. Our unconscious worlds, when addressed, and as well, we need help for that as well, it's a source of beauty, of creativity, of energy. So we need to learn not to lie to ourselves, to embrace ourselves as we are. We didn't create ourselves. We were given to ourselves. And sometimes our feelings as well are not created by us, are a gift from everything we are. So to welcome ourselves, to love ourselves, which is part of the second commandment Jesus gives us, love God and love your neighbor as yourself. So we need to learn to love ourselves. Well, that's part of it, to welcome who we are, and then to be able to channel ourselves slowly. Thank you.
Paula, there are another question. I don't know if you would like to answer. The question is, can I help deal with my feelings by being conscious of my thoughts and so changing my thoughts? Again, the relationship between feelings and thoughts.
That's a very good question. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes and no. So yeah, feelings as well come, and we'll see that tomorrow, come as a response to our needs and to the way we perceive reality. Probably I'll give this example tomorrow, but I can do it today. So for instance, if I'm tired and I arrive home, I live in community, and I just hope that because I'm tired, nobody speaks with me. So I think that will be good to be alone, for no one to bother me. And it happens. So my sister as well, my sisters as well are busy, and nobody comes to greet me or nobody comes to ask me anything. I have a feel of relief, and I have a feel of restfulness, because I think that I don't want to be disturbed. But in another moment, I come home, I'm excited, I want to share something, and my sisters as well are busy and nobody comes to greet me. I can have a feeling of loneliness, of feeling inadequate, sad, because nobody came to greet me. So it's the same behavior from my sisters, but because I am different, because I think different, because I have different needs, the feelings react in a different way. So in one sense, the way we think about things make us feel differently. For instance, just now I realized there was going to be a birthday party, which I'm just near to the kitchen. So I thought it will be noise. I could think this is wrong. I cannot have noise in this formation. And I would be very agitated if it would be so. I just thought, okay, they will have fun. I will not be there. I'll just go and greet them and say, I have a meeting and cannot come. And they asked me, shall we shut the door? And I said, for sure, but still something will be heard. So if I think it's not a problem to have some noise nearby, even though I'm in a formation, my feelings will react in a different way. If I would be really strict and say I shouldn't have any noise, and I would have to change place, or I have to change them, I'll be annoyed, I'll be agitated. So I just took it as we'll have a little bit of noise. So the way we think as well influences the way we feel. Other moments, feelings just take their own lead without us being able to change our thoughts. And sometimes that is the temptation. At least it's my temptation. Oh, if I didn't think like this, I wouldn't feel like this. But sometimes feelings are telling us something stronger beyond our thoughts. That's why we need to interpret them. So what is the thought? What is the feeling attached? How are they interacting? What is happening? So this is the answer I would give to this question.
Thank you very much, Paula. I have the feeling that tomorrow the parable will be completed, so we will have more information and to find also more integration within us, because now we are in the middle of a lot of emotions and feelings, at least myself. So tomorrow perhaps we will be able to close the circle. So I leave you the floor because I think you have to give some homework.
Yes. So I would encourage you to continue. There's a passage that I would like to share with you, if you'd like to look at it. And it is from the Gospel of Mark. Let me see if I can write it for you. No, I cannot. So it's the Gospel of Mark, chapter 3, 1-7. And it is this passage that I shared with you before of when Jesus goes into the synagogue and there's this man present whose hand was withered. So I invite you to look at this passage from Mark 3, 1-7, and look at the sensations, at the thoughts, and at the feelings that you find there. So there's many there. And I think it's an amazing and beautiful way to deepen the word of God. So what is the body language you can sense there? What are the sensations? What are the thoughts? And what are the feelings? Some of them I helped you already with because they are very blatant. And yes, tomorrow, thank you, Sanan, to put it there on the chat. Tomorrow we'll continue at the same time from 9 to 11:30 Rome time. And I'd like to finish with a song. At the beginning, Mary John said that I'm also a composer. I like to express my feelings through songs. So I'd like to share with you a song where Jesus asks us, can I come? I'm knocking at your door. Can I come? Can I come in? So I invite you to place yourself before God, before Jesus, before the Holy Spirit, and listen to this invitation and ask God to give him the permission to come in. Yeah, and after the song, we'll open the microphones to say goodbye and to be with you tomorrow.
So thank you.
Paola, you need to share the sound of the computer.
Sorry, I think you're not listening to the sound,
No,
are you?
no.
Wait a minute. So let me just do it again. Let's see if I can remember what I was told to do. Share screen, advanced, computer audio, share. Okay, and let's try again. Can you please tell me? Can you listen to it now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Look, I'm standing at the door. Listen, I'm knocking at the door. If you hear me calling, if you open the door, I will come in. If you hear me calling, if you open the door, I will come in and share a meal side by side with you, face to face, heart to heart with you. Look, I'm standing at the door. Listen, I'm knocking at the door. If you hear me calling, if you open the door, I will come in. If you hear me calling, if you open the door, I will come in and share a meal side by side with you, face to face, heart to heart with you. And you with me.
Thank you very much, Paola. It was very, very beautiful. I guess that all of our participants know that you are a songwriter and a singer. So good morning and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Patrizia Morgante, the USG Communication Officer, and we are the second meeting of this course on leadership, vulnerability, and self-knowledge. We started the year yesterday and we close today. I just remind you that the 5 recordings video will be available on our website, so you can share it with your congregation. It's available in 5 languages. USG is very happy to have this course because the theme of vulnerability is part of our formation planning for 3 years because of our plenary. So we started with this course on leadership, vulnerability, and self-knowledge, which is very important. I just want to say something about Sister Paula Jourdan, who is the person who will be the formator for this course. We already present her yesterday, but if in case someone was not present yesterday, I will introduce her briefly. She comes from Portugal. She's a theologian and she traveled a lot. And that helped her to live and to be open to experience, to have experience outside her comfort zone. So this is very helpful for her to work at USG. She belongs to the Vermunde Institute, and she finished the Master on Systemic Theology in the field of spirituality in the Faculty of Theology from Loyola University in Granada. And this course is part of her thesis. So she's really expert on this field. So thank you very much, Paula, to offer and to share your skill in this field. And you have the floor to start this second meeting.
Thank you very much, Patrizia, and thank you also to all of you who joined us yesterday and today. Thank you for your presence, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to be able to share with you. So I would like to give an overview of what we've done yesterday. After starting and introducing the theme and reading a tale who invited us to look into the eyes of others and into our own eyes and into the eyes of God, we looked at the sensations as part of our inner worlds, as a window that allows us to visit our inner world. Then we looked at thoughts, and then we had a longer time looking at how we can live, accept, embrace, allow our feelings within our inner world. And today we'll continue our journey, and we will be looking at our needs, our affectivity, our desires, our will, our decisions, and our actions. Also, I left a small homework on the passage of, what was this, of Mark 3, 1-7. I don't know if you've done it. I did it, and it's a beautiful text to look how the body language interacts, how only through the body language we could understand a lot. Then as well, the thoughts that people had, because some of them are very explicit. They wanted to try Jesus. They wanted to have something to say against him. Jesus asks them questions that are very thoughtful. And then as well, we have an insight into the feelings of Jesus. So it's a beautiful passage. I encourage you, if you have not done it, to do the homework. So it's Mark 3, 1-7. And on that note, I would like then to look into the needs. Let's see. So as I said yesterday, as we go deeper into the parable, we find more unconscious realities, not because they are not able to be known, but because sometimes we don't pay attention to them. And at the same time, some of them are more difficult also to be addressed, to be touched. So what do we mean by needs? I think many of you are in touch with this concept. Many psychology currents speak of those. So a need, it's something that we experience as a lack. And there are also potentialities, there are capacities. If I have need of friendship, I also have a capacity to friendship. And they manifest themselves by seeking fulfillment. If we lack something, it's because we need satisfaction on that realm. They seek to be fulfilled. So in the same way as feelings, they also drive us into action. They want us to do something about them. So within the needs, we will look into how we can acknowledge them, as well, different extremes, how people deal with needs in our communities and probably ourselves, and how that can change our way of leading in our role of leadership. And of course, we'll be looking as well at how Jesus lived with his own needs. So we need to acknowledge the needs we have. And I often say that if we find difficult to recognize our feelings, it is even more difficult to recognize and formulate our needs. without understanding or without knowing, often we just distance ourselves from them completely. They're there, they motivate us, but often we are not aware of them. However, it is only by taking our needs into account that we can live fuller and happier lives. If we don't recognize them, we end up being frustrated, we are fussy, we are demanding, or we just switch off, we are lazy, and often we can become quarrelsome because we lack what we basically need to live. As our feelings, our needs are profoundly human. God created us with needs. God did not create us as fulfilled, finished human beings. We evolve, we grow, and we need to respond to our needs. So we don't need to fear our needs. But at the same time, we need to consider how to answer to those needs in a context of consecration, in a context of following of Jesus. I think that often when we think of the gospel, when we think of consecrated life, we can think that we have to be needless people, and that's not true. Yes, we need to look into our needs, and we need as well to look into how to answer to them in a healthy way. They don't have to be a problem. Actually, our needs are not a problem. What is a problem? It's the way we don't look at them or the way we place them at the center. So we need to discern, where do they come from? Where do they lead us to? And how can we respond to them within the life choices we've made? If I'm a married person, if I'm a consecrated person, if I'm a single person, if I'm at work, if I'm at home, where am I? So how can I respond to the needs I experience? So we need to include those needs also in the decisions we make, and of course in our leadership. So what do we need to live healthily with our needs? How can we live healthily with them? So one thing very similar to the feelings, we need to make them explicit. So what is happening to me? What are the needs I'm experiencing? Then as well, I need to take responsibility in first person of singular. I need this. I feel this need. And not to think that others have to respond to those needs just because I feel them. I am the first person that is responsible for my needs. And this is very tricky because sometimes we think that others have to guess our needs, even without us telling them. Or we think that we are responsible for the needs of others and we always have to be there for others, which is not true either, even in the context of the gospel. So each one of us needs to be aware and take responsibility of our own needs. And then we are called to seek appropriate and creative responses to those needs. And in this field, we need to be really original because there's not only one response to the need we feel. And sometimes when there's not that response, we can think that there's nothing else to be done. And it's not true. There are many ways that we can respond in a healthy and appropriate way to the needs we can have. And then, if that's the case, we need to ask for explicit and concrete help from others. Sometimes we can say, oh, you need to respect me. Oh, I want you to look after me. But we don't say exactly what that means. If I want you to respect me, probably I can say, please listen to me as I'm speaking. Please ask me how I am when we arrive together at the community. Please don't shout at me, or please allow me to have some time on my own. So these are concrete, explicit petitions we can make. And also, we cannot demand from others. We cannot force others to give us what we need. We need to ask, which is very different. And sometimes in community, in family, we demand from others, we force others, we can even manipulate others. But another totally reality is to ask, please, could you do this for me? And asking allows the other person to say no. If we don't allow the other person to say no to what we ask, we are not asking, we are demanding. And sometimes we can be very annoyed if the other person says no. So that's a way of not allowing the other person to say no. So there's a lot there between asking, forcing, demanding. So to live healthily with our needs, we need to know them. We need to take personal responsibility. We need to seek appropriate and creative responses, and we need to ask for help with explicit petitions if we need others to help us. And also, we need to follow the trail of our needs and to reconsider what we really need and to look at it from God's perspective. I don't know how we place ourselves before God with our needs. Sometimes I've seen people, I've seen myself, that we think that we have to be sorted before we go to God. But actually, God meets us in our poverty, and our needs will lead us to God. That's what we pray in the Our Father. Give us this day our daily bread. If you remember the prodigal son, the parable of the two sons, one that went away being the youngest, it's a beautiful sentence because it says that when he felt need, he came to his senses. So in that parable, it's the need that leads him back home. So if we follow the trail of our own needs, probably they will lead us back home if we heed them and if we listen to how God wants to help us respond to them. In Matthew 6, verse 8 says that God knows what we need before we ask. Sometimes we are the ones that deny and avoid our own needs. Remember the meeting of Jesus with the Samaritan woman. Jesus is straight and blatant, saying, give me something to drink. Jesus voices his thirst. It's the woman that's avoiding her own thirst of love, her own thirst of care, her own thirst of having a husband who is faithful to her. So God takes care of us in our needs, and as consecrated people, as children of God, we are called to live our needs in the embrace of God, who will help us to give a right and a good answer to those needs. On the other hand, sometimes there are people that tend to hold on too tightly to what they need, to what we need. So we have two extremes. On one side, people that don't heed their needs. On the other side, people who hold very tightly to that. So sometimes we need to listen to them, and sometimes we need to let go of that satisfaction, not of the need. We can let go of the satisfaction of that need if it is convenient for me, for others, for the good of the community. But that also needs discernment. So it's a process. The process of responding to our needs from the gospel and from love often includes giving up what our needs demand, if that is better for ourselves and others. Always doing that freely and out of love for the sake of the kingdom. So as with the other things, with the sensations and the feelings, I would like to share with you a list of needs. There are many of them as well on the internet. You know that many psychologists, mainly from the humanist theories, they share with us the needs we have. So here you have another list, a different way of organizing it. We all have a need of connection with others, connection with ourselves. And that brings the need of acceptance, of affection, of appreciation, of belonging. So you have all those needs there. Then another need we have, it's a need of meaning. We are meaning-making people, beings. We need to make sense of what we live, to know the whys, to know the purpose. So the need of meaning, the need of awareness, of celebration of life, of challenge, of clarity, of competence. So you have all those needs there as well that are very important. Then the need of honesty with ourselves, of being authentic, of living in integrity, of being present. The need of autonomy. We need to have the space for choice, for freedom, for independence, for spontaneity. The need of play, of joy, of humor. The physical needs as well, of air, something so basic, of food, of exercise, of sleep, of sexual expression, of safety, of shelter, of touch, of water. All of us have those needs. And also the need of peace, which nowadays we so much cherish and pray for. And peace tells us that as well we need beauty, communion, to be at ease, the need of equality, harmony, inspiration, order. And I'm sure you could state and mention your own needs. So we've just acknowledged them. Then you can also look at the list of needs, or if you put it on the internet, it's a source of knowledge and wisdom nowadays. So now I would like to look at some extremes, how we sometimes have extremes on how people live their own needs. So sometimes there are people who do not know their needs, and on the other side there are people that claim their needs. So we have these extremes in community, sometimes in ourselves, sometimes with the people that we are to serve in authority. In the same page, we can see people who are ashamed of their needs. Some people think that to have needs, it's bad. And on the other side, we can have people that not only think their needs are important, but they impose their needs on other people as if others have to be responsible to respond to their needs. And I'm sure we can identify that in ourselves or in others around us. Sometimes it's easier to identify it in others than in us. Also, when we live in relationship with others, there are people that consider very much the needs of others. They are there and they are attentive to the needs of others. And some people are not able to do that, or they just don't pay attention to that, and they only consider their own needs. So when this happens in community, it's a funny reality to make discernments, because which needs are more important? The people that consider the needs of others, or the people that only consider their own needs? I'm sure that you realize that these are extremes. So I hope none of us, it's totally on the extreme. If that's the reality, probably some kind of unbalance psychologically it's happening, but we can identify these realities in us. There are people that not only consider the needs of others, but they live in function of the needs of others. I remember a sister in my community where I would ask her, what do you need this weekend? You know, we are free, we don't have any pastoral activities. What would you need? What would you like to do this weekend? And the answer she would always say is that, I don't mind whatever the community wants. And I would say, no, it's not what the community wants. This weekend, tell me what you want to do. And she wasn't very happy or able to voice that. So the way she perceives her life, it's totally in function of others, which sometimes it's good, but sometimes can be damaging for the person and also for the community relationships. And unfortunately, on the other extreme, we have people who use others, manipulate others to be always responding to their own explicit or implicit needs. So, sorry, this is still in Spanish. I forgot to translate it. So this marks the culture of a congregation. So what are the needs that in your community are taken into account? Sometimes the community only worries about the economic side of things, others with the spiritual side of things, others with the relational side of things, or if people are sick or not sick. We need to take into account all the needs of the sisters, of the people who live with us. But sometimes each charism, each congregation, because of their own history, of their own reality, address more some needs rather than others. So it's important to realize, what are the needs I take into account in my leadership ministry? Am I taking into account my own needs and the needs of my sisters? Which of them? Which needs? Also, which needs are less considered, because sometimes some are neglected or are not taken into account. And one of the things that I think it's important in our communities, do we speak about our needs? Or sometimes we only speak about the ideals, the charism, the things we have to achieve in our pastoral work, in our ministries. Sometimes to speak at this level of the needs, it's more challenging. Needs safety, needs openness, needs a communitarian space to do so. So is it a natural thing in our communities to speak about what we need? And also you can come up with other questions about the needs that it's always important to address. This reality of the needs marks also a way of leading in the community. So a leadership that takes into account the needs of people without feeling responsible to respond to them all creates a way of leading. A leadership that doesn't take into account the needs of people because they have a goal to achieve creates another way of leading. So I think it's important in the general councils, in the local communities, the responsibles of the community, to realize how are we taking into account or not the needs of the people we are serving. So here, we don't need many words. Sometimes with images, I leave 2 images that you can find on the internet. And I'm sure that many of you have seen what to do when some needs are in conflict with the other person's needs. I think it's nice to look at how sometimes we don't manage to share and to look for ways together to respond to conflicting needs, and how important it is to be able to be aware of our own needs and also to express them to others in a healthy way, so that we can find a common ground, a common solution, if possible, to the needs, to the conflicting needs that sometimes we have. And then I would like as well to share with you and to finish this little part with a sentence that I found on this preparatory document to the Synod of Youth in 2017, which I find very, very important. So only by giving up being selfishly occupied with one's needs does a person become open to accommodate God's plan? So it doesn't say that we have to forget our needs. What it does say is that we need to place our needs before God and also not make it the center of the scene, not to be always selfishly occupied with those needs. So as consecrated people called to love others, to serve others, we cannot forget our needs, but also we cannot make them the center of our worries, the center of our occupation, so that we can open up to God's plans. And let's look at Jesus. Again, often we forget to look at these aspects of Jesus, and Jesus did become aware of his own needs of water. Remember with the Samaritan woman, I was just saying, give me something to drink. We don't know in the end if he drank or not, doesn't say. Of food, the temptation of eating, he was hungry. And also the reality that he realizes that others as well are hungry. Of rest, he says to the disciples, let's go and rest. And when he is with the Samaritan woman as well, it says that tired of the journey, he sat down by the well. It's a beautiful image. He needed security. He doesn't go up to Jerusalem publicly because he knows that he is in danger. The need of friendship, of being welcomed by Martha and Maria, and Mary also by Lazarus. The need of being alone, of solitude. The need of independence. Remember when he stays behind, when he's 12 years old. The need of being thankful. We just had that reading a couple of Sundays ago of the lepers. And he wonders why only one came back. The need of affection when this woman kisses and washes his feet, and he says that she's doing a good work. And these are some of the needs that the gospel shows us that Jesus embraces and lives in a healthy way. We could find so many others. So we can say that Jesus was able to notice and respond to the needs of others because he knew and responded to his own needs. He did not repress his needs, but also he didn't remain close in their selfish satisfaction. And he made the needs of others the priority of his own life. He lived not to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. So he knew himself needy and lived that need. And at the same time, Jesus welcomed and responded to the needs of the other people. It is impossible to be aware of the needs of others if we are not aware of our own needs. And sometimes when we are so aware of the needs of others and not of our own, maybe we're trying to respond to our own needs, responding to others. So it's very important, this awareness and this selfless giving to the needs of others. So this is the needs. And now I would like to pass on to Patricia.
Thank you, Paula. And we invite the participants to go back to our story that we remind yesterday, that we bring to the heart yesterday, about an experience, a story, an event where we felt loved. If we recall this story, what needs did we experience? What needs did we experience that were met during the story that we recall? We can take notes of these needs.
So I'm going to continue. And after looking at our needs, we will look at affectivity. Again, I said it's a word that in English it's not so used, so it will be a new word for some. And affectivity, it's one of our needs. And actually, it's the need that it's most central and radical to us. So with affectivity in this formation, I mean the hunger and thirst to be loved and to love. So affectivity, it's the need for love we have, considering always two directions. You to me, the need that I have of being loved, and me to you, the need that I have to love as well. And they are in the same level. They go together. As I said, is the deepest, most central and radical need in us. And it is in this sphere, in this dimension, in this realm, where we experience our personal value. That's why it's so central. Because according to the love we experience, given and shared, received and welcomed, then we are human beings. There's so many studies of that, and the gospel is central on that reality. So the human person, created in the image and likeness of God, who is love, was created by and for love. And only in love is he or she fulfilled. And this is a sentence from the Catechism of the Catholic Church. So God is love, and we are created in God's image and likeness. So therefore, we are created by and for love. So affectivity, this need, this capacity we have, is the thermometer that tells us whether we have experienced love or not. If our needs and demand, if our needs are well met or not, we have the need to be loved, to love. So affectivity will tell us if that need is balanced, if it's met, if it has been satisfied. And not only in the receiving end, as I was saying, at the same time, it will show us whether the love we offer to others is accepted in a way that is convenient and satisfactory for us and relevant to them and for us. So there are so many situations where we don't feel loved or we feel loved, but there are also many situations when we try to love others, and it's as equal as important if they receive and welcome the love we've given them. And I think we could give so many examples. So our happiness depends on the love we have in our life. Again, the love we receive, the love we give, the love we share. And here I could go on and on and on and on with so many examples. And I think it's really beautiful if you can look at your life, probably at the moment, this precise moment. Are you experiencing love? Is it difficult? Are you experiencing that the love you give, it's being welcomed and received? So are you sharing love? So that's an amazing and important reality in our lives. I'm sure that we'll all recognize the phrases. So I'm sure that we all recognize these sentences. Oh, they didn't tell me. Oh, I wasn't taken into account. We all can relate that if people ask me things well and gently and kindly, I feel good. If they tell me as an order, if taking me for granted, I feel bad. If people make me feel important, things go one way. If not, things go another way. So I'm sure that all of us, we can relate to this. So what is at stake here? It's our affective value. And that determines everything. Sometimes it's not the objective reality that's happening. It's how love is shared or not shared. Many questions often we ask within our own minds, in community, in family, at work. So who is the protagonist here? Who carries out her way of doing things? Is it me? Is it the other person? Who decides at the end of the day? How is it decided? Have they asked me? Have they not asked me? Who is listened to? How many times in community? Oh, she listens to this person, but doesn't listen to this one, or doesn't listen to me. Am I liked? Do they like me? How often we ask this question in the secret of our hearts? Or do they dislike me? Do they listen to me? Can I love? Can I be useful? So if we are sincere, I think we all recognize that at the end of the day, these questions underline our own lives. So that means that our affectivity is at the center of our choices and things. I've put here a comic from Mafalda and Susanita, which is very known in the Spanish world. I don't know how well known it's in the English world, but I've translated it in the French world. So Mafaldita, who is this lady in black hair, has a friend called Susanita, and she goes to her and says, I found something special for you, Susanita. Listen. Miserable is the one who cares only about what people will say. And Susanita responds, of course, what really matters is what they said, who said it, how they said it, when they said it, of whom they said it, why they said it. So Mafalda most probably was worried about, why are we so worried about what people will say of us? And Susanita says, no, we must be worried with what people have said of us. So this means that we are very, very worried about what others think of us. So that's the way we perceive if we are loved, if we are important, if we make others important, feel important, be important. So this is an example how important for us is the love we share and we show. So love, affectivity is what drives our life. There is no turning back. We cannot deny it. So we need to recognize that we all need to be valued, accepted, recognized, and needed for who we are and for the love we give. And it's so important to be aware of that and to make the most out of that. And Jesus knew that and knows that. And I do invite you to read as well the gospel. There's many keys of reading the gospel from these lenses of affectivity. So all of Jesus' encounters are affective. Even the ones that are misencounters are also affective because he criticizes others and they feel criticized. So Jesus wanted and wants people to discover who they are really for God, who they really are for God. For instance, the gospel that will come soon in the liturgy of Zacchaeus, if you remember that Zacchaeus was this little man that went up on a tree to see Jesus and never expected Jesus to know his name and to call him down and stay at his house. And then at the end, Jesus' words are, today, salvation has come to this house, because this man too is a son of Abraham. For the Son of Man has come to seek out and save what was lost. If we read this passage and this sentence from the perspective of affectivity, it's so beautiful. So Jesus wants to offer salvation, wants to offer his love, his friendship, and enters into the house of Zacchaeus, enters into what Zacchaeus is, into his world, welcomes him, and calls him a son of Abraham, a son of his race. He gives him belonging. Belonging is affective because he has come to seek out and save what was lost. So the lost are not out, they are in. So I think we could stay here already praying with this passage, as it's so loaded with love and affectivity from Jesus' side. Another passage that we know, and I've mentioned it quite often today, it's this meeting between Jesus and the Samaritan woman, where Jesus replies to her If you only knew what God is offering, and who is that is saying to you, give me something to drink, you would have been the one to ask, and he would have given you living water. So again, to read the whole of chapter 4 from this perspective of affectivity gives us so much insight. There's a lot of theology, we know, in this passage. But what Jesus wants is to offer her own identity, his own love that brings her back to who she is, to find her identity in who she is and not in the husbands that she had so far. So Jesus comes across as the seventh husband because she had 5. Now she has one that's not hers. And Jesus brings her the love that she was looking and thirsting for. Brings her this living water, this living love that only God can give. So we could read the gospel through these perspectives, and we need to ask ourselves, where do we look for water for our thirsts? From whom and how? What is the need of love we have, the need of loving we have? Because sometimes we are aware and sometimes we are not. So we need to become aware of how we deal with our own affectivity, because the answer to this question determines our lives, our relationships. And Jesus wants to fulfill our affectivity. He wants to teach us how to do it. He wants us to have healthy relationships. He wants us to be loved and acknowledge the love that he gives us. He wants to teach us how to love healthily. It's an amazing adventure. So we need to allow God into our affectivity. Again, to open our need affectivity as the most central space in our life and put it in our relationship with God. It is essential that we allow God's love to dwell in us. We don't need to buy it. We don't need to earn it. God's love is free. We just need to accept it. We need to open ourselves, our affectivity, to the action of grace. And that's one of the most beautiful good news of the gospel. We just read it a couple of days ago from the Ephesians letter. We are saved out of free will of God by grace. So salvation comes as we allow God's love to enter our hearts and we remain in his love. And if it's difficult for us to be aware of our feelings, and even more difficult to be aware of our needs, how much more it's difficult for us to perceive how affectivity is impacting and governing us. So often we feel ashamed of being needy in this affective realm. And often we hide this affectivity in our inmost being. Sometimes we are ashamed that we still need love. But one thing, it's real. The older we get, the more sensitive we are to affection. The more needy we are, even in needing love, and even, and that's beautiful, in giving love. So this is something that grows with age, my dear sisters and brothers, and we cannot avoid it. So we need to embrace our affectivity and live with it, and realize that sometimes we are not loved in the way we'd need and we would ask, and sometimes our love is not accepted. But that doesn't mean that we are bad. That doesn't mean that means that we are human people and we need to grow with it. Because affectivity is the place where we find our greatest identity, where we experience both our strength and our beauty. And at the same time, where we experience ourselves as most vulnerable and fragile. That's why often, without realizing, we protect ourselves, and the best defense is to attack. So when we have funny reactions, let me say, like these in our relationships. Why have I answered to these people, like to this person like this? Why am I hurt? Why am I so sad? Look into your heart. Or why am I so happy? Why do I feel so good today? Look into your heart. Most probably, affectivity is at play. So I'd like to give some tricks, some ideas, some recipes for us to deal well and healthily with our affectivity in an evangelical way. So the first thing I would invite you is to consider affectivity as a positive space. Sometimes in consecrated life, it's as if we don't need the love of others, it's as if we have to be on our own all the time, and we don't allow other loves to come in. And actually, in the Bible, there's nothing said about this. God says you should not have other gods apart from me. It doesn't say other loves apart from me. Actually, the first and the second commandment, which Jesus says they're identical, says, love God, love others as you love yourself. So God, others, and ourselves have to be in the picture. So we need to consider affectivity as a positive space. In the Bible, the relationship between men and women, between friends, between parents and children, it's so valued that becomes a mirror of God's love for each one of us. So affectivity, it's throughout the whole Bible. Another thing that's important is to try to discover our needs of affection with no fear. They are there. And if we're not aware of them, they will still be there and they will be part of our motivation without us being conscious. So what are my needs of affection? And where do I try to quench those needs? What are the sources of my affectivity? Where do I try to find an answer? Also, we need to recognize our resistances to be loved. One of the most, if not the most difficult thing in life, is to allow others to love us freely. This seems a contradiction, but it is true. It is easier to love, to be in control, to give, to do, than to receive love, to be loved, to allow others to serve us. And here we could say so many examples. You know, I will serve others, but when others asked me, I remember in a retreat that I was very busy, a sister of mine asked me, Paula, would you like me to wash your clothes and iron for you? And I said, of course not, I can do it. And then thinking really, why did I say that? I realized I don't think I'm worthy of this person washing my clothes and ironing. And I just thought, why? I don't really have the time. If someone gives us something, our first reaction is, and how can I pay this back? Why? The best gift we can give to someone who loves us, it's to accept and be grateful for that love. Full stop. And how difficult is that? So we need to recognize our resistances to love, to being loved. Also, we need to address that often we have obsessions. We want this person to love us. We want these things to be there. And we think that this person or this reality or these situations are the solution to my affectivity. Those and these are at the root of so many problems we have in the church, in our communities. Why would not this person let go? Why does this person is not changing ministry? Why can I not change community? Why this person doesn't accept what I say? So sometimes it's that we have obsessions, affectivity, I don't know how you say in English, in the affectivity realm. So we need as well to be very sincere. It's not easy, but we need to start from the point of nothing. It will separate us from the love of God so that we can be truthful and sincere with ourselves. So what am I expecting obsessionally sometimes from the situations, from people that really, really makes me live sometimes in a way that's not healthy? And for that, and with that, we need to pray from our affectivity. We need to open up all these realities before God. He knows them already, she knows them already. So we need to ask for light. Lord, how am I in this realm of affectivity? And be careful. This is a warning. When we allow God to enter us, don't be surprised that he fulfills, but at the same time, God also can empty us. That's the path that Jesus went. Being God, he emptied himself. That's the path that many saints went. So in order to fulfill us, in order to fill us with his love, with her love, God chooses paths of emptying us. St. Augustine says that often God delays what we desire to make a bigger space in us. So as we wait in emptiness, the space in us becomes bigger. So when God comes, his gift, her gift becomes much wider in us. So often people who pray, people who are journeying, all of us, in these paths of God, we find moments or times of dark night, of a night of senses, as John the Cross says it, as Saint Therese says it, of not perceiving God within. That's most probably God's pedagogical way of leading us forward into God's life. And an amazing and important way to grow in affectivity is that God will help us to build healthy friendships. It's not possible to live life with no healthy friendships. The Bible tells us that, and Jesus at the end of his life calls his disciples friends. So friendship is the maximum of the relationship that Jesus builds with his disciples as he walks on this earth. After his death, he will call him brothers. So friendship, sisterhood, brotherhood is at the core of a healthy living of affectivity. And as consecrated women and men, we need to show the world how beautiful friendship is. So, in the same way, if we mirror with Jesus, we can say that he lived positively the human affectivity. It's beautiful how Jesus creates beautiful relationships with so many people. Also, he recognized his emotional and affectivity needs. And he recognized the sources where he could get responses from. He did not allow himself to be trapped into the temptation, into the unhealthy ways of responding to this affectivity. Yet he was tempted by these promises of empty love. We can see in so many pages of the Bible that he related to his father with affection. This Abba, it's so loaded with affection. This Father, you always listen to me. Father, the love you have given me, I wanted to be with them. So he related in affection to his father. Of course, he allowed himself to be emptied so that he would be unexpectedly fulfilled, and he built healthy and amazing friendships. So again, I think it's urgent to look at the gospel from this perspective of love shared and given, love that comes to fulfill and sometimes empties in order to widen the space of fulfillment. So Patricia, back to you, please.
I'm sorry, Paula. We go back to our story, event, where we experienced ourselves being loved. And we ask ourselves, how have you been touched in our affectivity? So we go back, we recall this event, this story, and we ask ourselves, how have we been touched in our affectivity?
So I will leave these slide up and I will invite you to have now 10 minutes of break. We've been 1 hour in, and I think this affectivity reality affects us really at the core. So I think emotionally, all that I have said, it's touching, and sometimes it's not easy to take it. So let's take a break. It's 10:01 here in Rome. So in 10 minutes, at 11 minutes past the hour, for each one of you, we'll come back and we'll continue a little bit more with this affectivity reality, just to make an exercise that can help us. And we'll meet in 10 minutes. So please just don't go away, just switch your video if you want, and we'll meet here in 10 minutes. Thank you. And also, sorry, if there's any questions, please write it on the chat. And then after the break, we can recall a little bit and continue. Thank you.
There are some questions that we can check. We would like now to take some minutes to answer your, I don't know if answer is the right word, but let's say to echo your comments or your questions. There are 2 questions in French. Paola, you can read the first one, and about the second one, I can directly answer. We will send the text in English, and the videos, the recordings will be available in 5 languages. So you will have it. The text at the moment is just in Spanish and in English. We will see if we can provide a translation into French. So we will dedicate now some minutes for Paula to echo this question of Madeleine.
Okay. Madeleine dit, il n'est pas facile en tant que supérieur d'accompagner une sœur qui est dans l'obsession affective. Ça prend beaucoup de temps et d'énergie. L'équilibre n'est pas facile.
It takes a lot of time and energy. Balance is not easy to find for yourself. And
I'm just going to do that. Thank you. So it's not easy as a superior to accompany a sister that has an affective obsession. This takes a lot of time and energy, and the balance, it's not easy to find for herself and for the community. Thank you, Madeleine. That's very sincere from your side. And it's not an easy balance. It is not easy. I think already to call it an affective obsession, that's the words I use. There are many other words to use. It's already something important to realize that this is the reality that can be happening. So many things. One, it's to help the sister to help herself, which sometimes it's not easy, because if the person doesn't, or if the person takes it in a personal way, the responsibility of her reality, that's very important. Probably she needs help to do that. And it's not the superior that has to do that all the time. So as well, the community needs to be mature, or to try to rise to the challenge. Often there are realities in the past of the life of these people, of us, that need to be addressed. So some technical help, psychological help would be important. And also sometimes it's not easy, but to create limits, what this person can do and not do. So if you don't have the time, you have to say, look, I have this time to be with you. I don't have this time, to see what other ministries this person can do, how she can find places and people that can help her. You know, not knowing the case, it's very difficult, and we don't need to know it. But it's important, as you say, to recognize it and to try to address it. Sometimes a change of community, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. But yeah, it's a challenging reality.
Thank you very much, Paula. I just want to invite the participants. You can write in the chat also during Paula's talk, and it will arrive to us, so it won't disturb the rest of the group. So we can take that into consideration for another session before we close this meeting. Okay, thank you. Paula, there is another comment. I don't know if you want to take it now or later.
Okay, we can. Okay, from Benedict, yeah. Oui, comment faire avec une sœur qui a des besoins affectifs très exigeants et qui se rend malade pour l'attirer l'affection des autres. Attirer, oui. How to do with the needs of a sister that has affective demands and that pretends or becomes sick so that she can call attention of others. Thank you, Benedict. That's a very good question. I think, as I said before, it's important to realize that what's happening, it's affectivity at stake. And then if the person is demanding as well, we need to be, let me say, strong enough to say yes or to say no, trying not to create conflict. Sometimes conflict, it's unavoidable. And then as well, sometimes we need to realize that if the other person is calling attention by whatever means, we need to be mature and we need to discern how to respond to those demandingnesses. Sometimes the person is sick and we really need to attend, but there's many ways of attending to the person. And first and foremost, we need as well to protect ourselves and realize how can we attend to others without draining ourselves. And again, there's a huge discernment to be there. If would be possible to speak with this sister privately or in the best way to see if it's possible to address the reality, because sometimes the person's not even aware of their own needs effectively wise. So as well to try not to criticize, because sometimes when we address these issues in a critical way, everyone becomes defensive. So I think would be important to try to address as better as possible. Sometimes can be someone from outside the community. Sometimes it's not the superior that needs to do that. It's someone that she has more trust with. There's a lot of things that can be thought through. And then you said, quelle attitude avoir quand le besoin affectif n'est orienté que vers la supérieure? What to do when the affection is always orientated to the superior. So the superior here needs to be very clever. try to avoid that, to sometimes say yes, say no, and we need to spread this orientation towards other people. So I think the first part of the answer to this question is to try to realize what is happening, because sometimes we are very quick to try to find an answer. Sometimes we need time, and that's what we're doing with the parabola, like going step by step to realize what is at stake. So that's what I would say. Thank you, Benedict. Patrizia, I think we can do another question now and then go on to our parabola.
Yeah, there is this question from Sister Charts. She says, can affectivity be used as a scapegoat by leadership, formation, and team members? Formation team of members.
I don't know if I understand well the question. What echoes in me is that affectivity is always a scapegoat, in the sense that affectivity often is the symptom that shows up to what is happening inside, to needs, to feelings, to relationships. So yes, it can be used as a scapegoat. So again, we need to address what's happening inside, because many things that happen in our communities and in any relationship, it's blackmail in relationships, is throwing tantrums, is people not being able to relate with happy relationships. So yes, if affectivity is at stake, suddenly and very soon we will see it happening. And unfortunately as well, we know that sometimes the way to have power over others is also to have power over their affection. So as leaders, we need to be very aware of that, not to use affection to manipulate others, or to form others, or to gain the confirmation to have them on our side. So I would say that the answer to your question, with all these things I've said, is a yes.
Paula, I think we can continue even though
Yes.
there are other questions.
Yes, and then we'll retake them later, if you please.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Do you want to copy the link?
Okay, so yes, I will show. So I would like you to invite you to do an exercise now after this affectivity path, and it is to go on the link that Patrizia has put on the chat just now, and write 2 or 3 words on how you experience your affectivity being touched in this situation. So if you write 2 or 3 words, how you experience being loved, being valued, at peace, being accepted, excited, fearful, maybe expectant, all these words that can help us to name affectivity. So Patrizia has put that on the chat, and I will share with you your responses as they come in. Oh, sorry, it's closed, the voting. Why is it closed? Let me just try to open it. Manage results.
It's working.
Oh, is it working? But it's not. It's not coming to me. Here, great.
Because it's in which country are you? It's still there.
Yeah, so this one. Can you see it now?
Yeah, it's working now. No,
Thank you.
still in which country?
Okay.
I don't know why. Yeah.
Let me just do something. And now you need to refresh.
I still have country.
That's strange. Just delete.
Technology is not always a friend. Sometimes we can feel it as an enemy. But we will calm him or her.
I don't know what I need to do because I don't understand. No, so I think we need to skip this one. I'm sorry. It was a good idea, but I don't know what's happening. But again, I still invite you to write on your notebook. And if you want to put it on the chat or not, as you feel free.
Paula, could you please repeat the question? Or
I'll put it on mine, yes.
Okay.
It's there. So write 2 or 3 words that summarize the experience of how you have been touched in your affectivity. Okay, so what I would like to invite you, even though we couldn't do the exercise I wanted, it's to place ourselves as we have been before God and ask God the gift of entering our affectivity, both with God, God in us, which sometimes it's not easy. We run away from our feelings, from our needs, and from our affectivity. And Paul says that we need to be hyper strong, super strong, to allow God's love to be strong in us. So it's a gift, it's a grace. So I'll put a song now, and I invite you to pray the song. It's in 5 languages, and it's a repetitive one so that it's easier, and says, "Don't be afraid. I will always be with you."
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I will always be with you. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I will always be with you. प्यारा कान्हा
toujours avec toi. Rien à craindre, rien à craindre, je suis toujours avec toi. Não temas não, não temas, eu estou sempre contigo. Não temas não temas, eu estou sempre contigo. No temas, no temas, yo estoy siempre contigo. No temas, no temas, yo estoy siempre contigo. Temere io sono sempre con te. Temere io sono sempre con te. I think it's always important to be reminded that in whatever situations we live, personal, communitarian, God's promise is always true. I will be with you always, also in your feelings, in your needs, in your affectivity, in the midst of it all. So we need to spend time in prayer with others, with ourselves, opening up to the reality of God's love that cannot separate us from, that nothing can separate us from God's love. So we've looked at sensations, thoughts, feelings, needs, affectivity. One of the things that I would like to say, if I haven't said it before, if I forgot, sorry, is that feelings are the symptom of needs. So if needs are satisfied, if they are met, if we are at ease with the responses that the needs have met, feelings are pleasant, are nice, are the good feelings, as we say. If needs are not met, if we haven't found satisfaction to them, our feelings will be of need, unpleasant. They will disturb us. They will call our attention to the fact that some needs are not answered. So yesterday, remember, some questions were about thoughts and feelings. And I said that today would be easier to understand. So the way we interpret our needs, the way we think of our needs, the way we look at our needs also gives rise to the way we feel. So the way we perceive our needs, the way we try to respond to those needs, also the affective needs we have, that will give rise to the way we feel. And according to the way we think about our needs, about the way we think we can respond to them, also will condition the feelings we have. I hope this gives some light and it's clear. So we start now going up our parabola and we go to our desires. So I think it's easy to define desires. They are the impulses, interests, drives. Probably yesterday the words that some people use were pulsions, can be, that push us internally into action in order to achieve the satisfaction of our needs. So we experience a need, we feel a need, and therefore we desire. So if we have a need of company, we have desire to be with someone. If we have the need of food, we have the desire of eating. We feel hunger. So you can see how the needs, desires, and feelings start a constellation in us. So they are impulses, drives, interests that, as I was saying, have a constellation of inner movements. So we experience sensation, we have thoughts that value something as good or bad, we feel attraction or rejection, our needs demand to be satisfied, affectivity seeks fulfillment, and that gives rise to the desires. So again, as some people were asking yesterday, can I distinguish one thing from the others? We can try. The important thing is to realize that all of these things are there and they interact with each other. So we have sensations, feelings, needs, affectivity, and desires that dance together. If we look to the etymology of the word desire, in Latin comes from the word desiderare, which means to verify the absence of the stars. So desire evokes in us an absence of something that we long for. So desire will lead us to make strategies so that we can obtain the end we need, we seek, we want. And that will go hand in hand with will. We want something, we long for something. Even though they are different, they go together. Also, desires in our spiritual life, in our Christian life, often has had little popularity and not a very good reputation in our journey. So as if desires are bad things and should be suspected and locked away. That's, I hope, an old way of looking at things. We need to renew ourselves and realize that desires cannot be denied, and also they cannot just be given into everything they want. Because if we would give free rein to them, we would end up prisoners of our own wishes and claims. But it's not healthy either to always view them as suspicious and bad and prejudiced things, and always trying to stifle them. So desires are strong, and we need to pay attention to them as some place important in our inner world, because also they tell us about ourselves, and so important, they are a path of God in us, and if we follow them, they can lead us to God. Today's society, in many societies, I'm aware that I'm speaking to the whole world, which is a privilege. I would say that in Western society, at least, people try to live at the rhythm of their desires. But we need not to do that, just say yes to everything we desire. We need also not to just say no, but how can we relate to our desires? And so here are some questions that can help. Do we pay attention to our desires? Do we always obey them? Or on the other side, do we always ignore them? Or do we ignore our desires? Have we learned to express our desires? And so important, do we talk to God about our desires? Do we allow God to express as well God's desires to us? So many questions would rise from this reality of our desires. And we cannot miss and look at Jesus from the perspective of our desires. And there's a beautiful sentence in the Gospel of Luke that is central to understand the Passion. And there Jesus says, I have ardently longed to eat this Passover with you before I suffer, because I tell you, I shall not eat it until it's fulfilled in the kingdom of God. Actually, in the Greek version, the word is epsidomia, and it's said twice. It says, I have desired with great desire. So in English, it says, ardently longed. I have desired with great desire. And it's a very, very, very strong expression that Luke uses for Jesus. So Jesus is entering his Passion with desire. With great intensity, he wants to eat his Passover with his apostles. The words that Luke uses, it's the same word that Matthew uses in his gospel to say that when a man has desired a woman in his heart, it's already committing adultery if the woman is not his wife. So Luke is not playing with any words. Luke is telling us that Jesus did not reject the desire, but welcomed and blessed it as something natural. He encouraged others also to be treated according to their desires. Many examples, Jesus asks the blind man, what do you want me to do for you? What do you desire me to do for you? Also, when the sons of Zebedee come to him, or the mother of the sons, and he asks them, what do you desire me to do for you? So Jesus listens to the desires of others. Also, when this Canaanite woman comes after him, he asks her, what do you desire? So he allowed her attitude to change his. Jesus doesn't deny the desires that others express, even when those desires are not rightly a good petition. But Jesus related in a very open and healthy way with his own desires and the desires of others. He was a man of his time, and he was an heir to the biblical tradition. And I'm so pleased we are heirs as well of this biblical tradition, because if we look at the Old Testament, the landscape of scripture is filled with desires. We just need to pray the Psalms. So the human experience in the Bible, it's blessed with a natural desire. Desires that are often loaded emotionally. They are desires that take possession of the whole person. So we need to look at them and appreciate how these desires are part of human reality. And Jesus in the gospel asks and touches the desire of many people. So actually there are many, many questions about desire in the Gospels. The first time Jesus speaks in the Gospel of John, he looks back to the disciples that are following him and says, what are you looking for? So what are you searching? What are you desiring? Again, with the Samaritan woman that has accompanied us today, give me to drink. The thirst as well in biblical vocabulary is symbol of desire. Then in the Gospel of John, he says, if anyone is thirsty, let this person come to me and drink. So this need of thirst that leads to the desire of drinking, it's one of the conditions to come to Jesus. In the Beatitudes, Jesus says, blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness. It's really amazing how he picks up on basic needs and desires of the human person. This thirst and hunger that here is expressed as a desire for justice and righteousness. Jesus dies with a desire, I thirst. What do you thirst for? It's a beautiful prayer to speak with Jesus as he finishes his life. After the resurrection, he comes and asks to Mary Magdalene, whom do you seek? Why are you crying? And then a beautiful question he asks to Peter, do you love me? I desire you to love me. Do you love me? So again, I think it's urgent to look at the Gospels from this perspective, also of the desires, as something that it's human, that we need to embrace in a healthy way. Desire permeates the whole being of Jesus, permeates his whole body and his whole person. It's not something superficial, not at the level of the skin only. The desire is the meaning of Jesus' life, gives meaning to his passion and to his death. And I think we need to be aware of this. Jesus enters his passion deeply desiring to love, to give himself, to be welcomed in his gift. Jesus needs to be accepted in the gift of his love. He has a desire to celebrate the kingdom, to bring his disciples to God's ways, to pass with them to the other side. And Jesus is not silent about his desire, welcomes, feels, and expresses the desire and translates the desire into action. It's just beautiful to contemplate how Jesus lives his desire. Jesus does not hide or belittle his desires. Jesus desired, and the desire shaped his life. I think it's beautiful to look at Jesus in this way. So it is important as well for us to learn from him and ask the capacity of desiring with God, in God. We need to open our desires to God, because as we said yesterday as well about our feelings, it's only when God touches our desires, our deep desires, then true conversion of heart and life takes place. So God, help me to know my desires. Help me to desire you in my life and to desire as well what is good. And if I find that my desires are not aligned with you, with the gospel, help me to look deeper into my life, into my needs, into my feelings, into my thoughts, and ask you to change me, to transform me, so that our strongest and deepest desires can lead us in the direction in which you, God, invite us to go. This is not something that we can do on our own. It is a fight, it's true, like the fight of Jacob with God, with the angel, but it's a fight and a transformation that God does in us out of grace. It's a contemplative fight, allowing God to transform us. So for that to happen, asking and allowing God to transform our desires, we need to relate to our needs. We need to open up our affectivity before God. We need to look and seek how we are wanting to satisfy our desires. Also, we need to welcome the emptiness, the dissatisfaction, the limits that life brings that make difficult to respond to our desires in the way we would like to. So frustration also is part of the greater good. Sometimes we have a desire and we need to welcome the frustration of not fulfilling it in the way or at the pace we would like to. And we also need to seek out the divine house that God proposes us in order to satisfy our desires. Sometimes we would like to go left and God tells us to go right in our perception and in our satisfaction. So we need to learn to relate to our desires in God. What I was saying to you before, sometimes God delays the answer, and St. Augustine tells us that it's to widen our capacity. By delaying the gift, God enlarges our capacity to receive a greater gift. Also, we need to learn the Ignatian indifference. That doesn't mean absence of desire. Sometimes I think we've understood that being indifferent to something so that God's will can be done, it's not desiring, but it's not true. St. Ignatius tells us that we are to use created things insofar as they help us. So we must become indifferent, removing ourselves from them if they harm us. And note what he says, in order to desire and choose only that which leads us to the goal for which we were created. So indifference, it's to give space to desire what is good, to desire what God wants for us. So desire is part of spiritual life. We cannot live without desire, because eliminating desire will lead us to emptiness. It will lead us to void. But we need to purify and strengthen the desire so that the desire can build us up. And we can awake and deepen the desire for God. We need to bear in mind that if the desire is well lived, it's vital, gives color, brilliance, attraction, and beauty to the values we have professed. We cannot live the values out of thoughts and out of willpower only. Because if we only do this, we'll be very rigid. We'll live things out of obligation, out of imposition. And allow me to say, so many times that's the way consecrated life has lived. And then we come across as people that are rigid, strict, demanding. But do we really show others that we are enjoying life? That the best thing that has happened to us is to be able to serve in the name of Christ, because Jesus, God, the Spirit, abide us with their love and enable us to have beautiful relationships in the midst of difficulties. I think that nowadays that's the best witness we can give to others. People will notice if we live with enjoyment, with happiness, or if we live out of quarrels, of lamenting, of always complaining. So desire, if we want to desire what God wants from us, if we want and desire to serve, that comes across as something that fulfills us. And only desire will lead us in a lasting change and in a long life transformation and growth. Only desire will keep us going when the going gets tough. Only desire will see us through when the difficulties come our way, when hardships are too strong. That's why Jesus was able to go and undergo the cross, because he was not living out of obligation. He was not living out of something that he had to do. He was living out of his desire to love the Father, to love us, to give us the life that he had received from the Father. So only a strong desire will see us through when life is difficult. But if the desire is not vital, it's not strong, it will fade away with the first difficulties. If we learn from John of the Cross, we will learn that the desire, it's a yearning that needs to be attended, because it will not stop disturbing us. Our desires, our deep desires, if we have the courage to listen to them, discover us, reveal us, and motivate us. They need to be purified, that's for sure, so that they can become also the way to God, but also they are already God's ways, God's way in us. So let us heed our desires. They speak of what we carry inside us, of the longed for direction, of the sought after goal of our pilgrimage towards the meaning of existence. And allow me a little bit of poetry, which I think we need in our spiritual life. Desires are the emptiness that inhabit us and aspire to the fullness of love. They are also our polar star. They indicate the coordinates that position us on the map of life, telling us where north is. They are the wind that blows on our sails with the impatience to arrive. They are the longing that invades us for the fountain that flows and flows even when it's night. So we've looked at our desires, and now I pass it on to you, Patricia.
And we go back to our friend story and event that we recalled yesterday, where we experience ourselves being loved. And we ask ourselves, what wishes did we experience? So if we recall again this story, this event, what wishes did we experience? I can take note.
So we continue, and going higher up in the parabola, we have will. This
Paula,
realm.
just a second, we have a problem with the interpreter. She has the she's muted. So Christine, okay, thank you. Sorry, Paula.
That's all right. Thank you very much. So we come to the window, to the place of the will in our lives. And I think it's a place that it's easier for us to recognize, to relate. And even so, we need to look at it and give it space in us. So the will is the capacity to want something, to take a certain disposition in relation to what we experience. It's the capacity of self-determination in the face of the diversity of inner movements and external demands. So we can determine what to do, what attitude to have. And it's very important and essential in our lives. Without it, without the will, we will be at the mercy of our instincts, of our desires, of our emotions, without a solid direction to guide us. So the willpower enables us to stay true to our commitments, even when other movements inside of us will take us in other direction. But we can fall into the trap of believing that it is enough for us to want something, and that willpower will able to determine our behavior. So Pope Francis warns us against this semi-Pelagianism that sometimes we can think. And also in consecrated life, I think we've given a lot of power to our will, to our willpower, thinking that because we want something, we should achieve it. But even if we had a lot of willpower, that is not enough to change our motivations, our reactions, our decisions, our feelings as we saw, our needs, our affectivity. So all these things need to be integrated and playing together in our lives. So our world, our inner world, doesn't respond always the way we would like it to respond to our will, and we need to take that into account. Because a rigid will can harm us, because it doesn't give space to all the other natural movements that we've been looking at, to all the human processes, to the times of life, to the necessary balances, and to listen to all the elements that inhabit us and others. So we need to give space to our willpower, and our willpower needs to give space to all the other realities in us. Having said so, what we want, it's a very important question to ask, that sometimes we don't ask. So we need to become aware of what is our willingness, what we want. And we ask this question, we need to ask this question to ourselves many times and to other people, not in a challenging way, but what do you really want? What do I, Paula, want in this situation? Because sometimes we can tell ourselves and tell others that we want this, but actually we don't want it. So there is an inner division. And the reality is that if deep down we don't want something, it's very difficult to do it, or we will not do it. Or even if we do it, that will be consequences, negative consequences to ourselves and to others. Remember the parable again of the two sons, the other two sons, where the father asks one to go to the vineyard and he says, yes, father, and then he doesn't go. And then the other one, he says, go, and he says, no, father, but he ends up going. And the question that Jesus asks is, who of them did the will of the Father? So at the end of the day, who was the one wanting and responding willingnessly to the will of the Father? So it's not only what we say, it's what we do that shows us deep down the will we have, and we need to be attentive to that. So we need to ask God for his will to be done, and that's what we do in every Our Father we pray. That means that deep down we want God's will to be done. So we need to ask ourselves if that's true, because sometimes we can say it, and I don't know if we are pursuing God's will actively. And sometimes we ask, but we don't really mean it. So, Lord, please help me to want to do your will, and not the other way around, because sometimes we want God to do our own will. For that to happen, we need to ask some questions. So far, we've asked so many. I will join some more others. Wanting to know God's will requires discovering the real, effective and effective weight that God's will represents for us. So, do I believe that God's will can be known? Because if it can be known, there's no point of seeking God's will. Do I really believe that God wants what is best for me and for others? It's a very good question, because sometimes deep down we doubt. Am I afraid of God's will? Do I trust that God will give me the strength to do his will, that I don't have to do God's will on my own? That grace, it's there. And how and where does God reveal his will in my daily life? So this is so central for our spiritual and Christian life. How do we relate with our own will and with God's will? So to follow Jesus, we need to be prayerful, to have a sincere and obedient listening, so that God can meet us in our sensations, in our thoughts, can show us how to respond to our needs, to accept our feelings, to touch us in our affectivity, and to embrace our desires. All of this makes part of our will. And to transform our will, God needs to touch all these spaces within us. Because all these spaces condition our response to God. So I can think one thing of God's will, I can feel something, I can desire something else. So often when we find ourselves that we don't do God's will, or we don't do what we understand as God's will for us, probably there is something deeper down in the parabola in ourselves that is taking our freedom away and is leading us elsewhere. It's very important to realize that self-deceit is at stake. We can pursue good things, good projects, great ideas, but that doesn't mean that we are pursuing God's love, God's will, but trying to be self-righteous or proud, or trying to impose our will on others. And this is so important. And as leaders, we need to be aware of this. When I want others to do something, when I propose something to be done, am I really seeking for God's will? Am I seeking for my own will? Am I using God's will as a hiding space for me? How? As a cover-up. So we need to ask God the transparency, the cleanliness of heart, the purity of heart to address his reality. Because God will purify us and strengthen us if we want that to happen, and if we ask God to do so. For this to happen, we need to abandon ourselves freely and willingly into God's hands, asking in faith, making acts of faith. Lord, help me to trust you. Knowing that we cannot do God's will on our own, we need God's grace. It's not enough for us to understand what is good in order to live it. We also must ask the strength to do it, because it is God who, for his own generous purpose, gives us the intention and the power to act. The saints, when they speak of union with God, what they mean is uniting our will with God's will, doing what God wants from us. That is the meaning of union with God. It's not just an emotional thing. It's not just a pleasant moment. It's a union of wills. That is what happened to Jesus. May your will be done, not mine. And that will lead us into being one with God. That's why will, it's so important in our lives. So, union with God, it's to allow ourselves to be introduced into the Trinitarian dance of communion of life and wills. That is the aim and the goal and the purpose of our lives. We are invited to live inside the Trinity, and the Trinity will transform us from within, pouring out his love, their love into us, and enabling us to do what they want. So Jesus himself teaches us that is the best thing we can do. Not to hesitate to put ourselves in God's hands, surrendering our will to God. Because God's will, it's happiness for us. And Jesus knew that. And we really need to ask God for that to happen in us. Lord, I know that your will is much better for me than my own. So, one of the questions that Jesus asks in the gospel is, what do you want me to do to you? Remember with the blind man of Jericho? So he could have guessed, but he asks that question from the blind man, as if he was saying, I will do whatever you want me to do for you, but you need to tell me what you want. And this man was brave and clever enough to ask for what was central. So it's important that we allow Jesus to ask us in our prayer, what do you want me to do for you? And not to take it for granted. So now I'll pass it on to Patricia.
We go back again to the situation in which we felt, experienced ourselves being loved. What did we want in that situation? How we can name our will in that situation where we felt loved.
I'm going to continue. And after the will, we come to the decisions. And I don't think it's needed a much definition. It's an active and practical choice of a specific behavior attitude or response to a specific situation. So when we are faced with a specific scenario, a person, we decide to do a certain thing. Sometimes it's not easy to decide, but if we don't decide, we are already deciding. It is true that the more options we have, the more difficult the decision becomes. Because choosing one thing, it's necessarily giving up something else. But only by deciding, we will move forward. We cannot be endlessly not deciding. Some people have more difficulty in that. Some people are more prone to decide. So to choose, it's to open one door and others remain closed. This is a field in ourselves that it's easier to be discovered and known, but often we forget to know what decisions we have made. And we need to clearly understand what we have decided. Because when we decide, there are many possibilities. I can want something and never go around to deciding. So I just am there. I want. But what have you decided? No, not yet, not yet. I can want something and decide something else. Or sometimes I don't have the power to decide to do what I want. And other times I can decide and do what I want. But in any moment, I always have the capacity of deciding something. That is part of human freedom that nobody can take away from us, even when we cannot do all the things we wanted. That's very important. So also we need to recognize the difficulties that we can meet in ourselves when it comes to decide. So some people will eternally postpone the big and small decisions that need to be taken. Some people, they cannot even decide what to eat when they go to a restaurant because there's so many good choices. Others can be afraid of making mistakes. So they rather not decide, not to make a mistake, but risk is a part of life. So, and it's better to decide than to make the mistake of allowing others or situations to decide for me. Another thing that I would like to underline is that as important as the decision that it's made, it's the how to take, how to do what I'm going to do. So sometimes we focus only on, shall I do this or shall I do that? Is this better this way or the other? Should I do this or not? Do I say yes or no? This is important and it's inherent to the decisions, but I think we need to go further and more in leadership. In deciding what to do, we must also consider how we're going to do it. Because the how has lots of consequences and changes the impact of our decisions. So we also need to give time to consider the how of the things we want to decide and of the things we need to implement. Also, we need to bring prayer to our decisions, so we need to bring our decisions into prayer. We need to be creative, we need to be effective, we need time to place those decisions within the realm of God in us, so that God can continue to guide us. Sometimes we leave God out of these halfway through. So I already know what I want, so I'll do it. Okay, no, Lord, help me with the how, with the what. And also, we shall not forget that we need the help of experts, people that are experts on the path of God, on the path of community, on the path of leadership, that can help us to find the what's and the how's, to follow Jesus more closely, to bring about the kingdom in our community. But even if we ask for help, we cannot allow people to decide for us. That's something that it's ours. And we are a moment in our church where synodality reminds us that decisions as well need to be made after a process of communitarian discernment, of listening to many people, especially those who are involved or affected by the decisions we will take. So that doesn't mean that we have to do what other people tell us to do if we are in leadership, but we need to listen carefully. And again, looking at Jesus. Oh, sorry, this is in Spanish. Jesus decided not to give up, even if his path would stumble with death. He was freely, totally, from external realities, and he was free from internal realities. So decisions were such a path in his life that at the end he chose to love till the extreme without letting go. So, Patricia, back to you.
We are more or less at the end of the parable. So we recall again the story where we felt loved, where we experienced being loved. And we can reflect, we can recall what we decided. What did we decide? What were we moved to?
Okay, so we move on and we finally come to actions. That's the last step on our parabola. Also as a window into our inner worlds. Don't forget, that's what we're learning. It's this embracing vulnerability, embracing our self-knowledge. So our actions, that are the specific activities or behaviors that we perform, also give us insights into our inner world. Decisions cannot just remain decisions. They need to be followed by actions. Because it's through actions that we build ourselves, and our actions show us what is inside of us. So we need to be attentive to what we do, to what we don't do, to what we say, to what we don't say. Because this shows us what constitutes us and who we are becoming, who we are, updating ourselves to use a common word today. So knowing our behaviors leads us to discover our inner worlds and listening to what others echo of our behaviors as well. Because sometimes we have good intentions, but our behaviors go in another direction. And they seem to contradict what we wanted to have said, done, and decided. So this probably is telling us that there's something inside of us, that it's taking the control and leading us to another place, to another reality. So we need to be attentive to that. The gospel culture tells us that it's not only what we say, it's rather what we do that it's important. So not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one who does the will of my Father in heaven. So we are called to action in the gospel. If we look at Jesus, as we have done, Jesus is always consistent in his words and actions. He learned and he knew how to translate the experience of God's love into concrete actions. And today he invites us to do the same. Remember the sentence where he said, I have given you an example so that what I have done to you, you may do also. There's so many calls in the gospel that tell us, go and do the same. And the word that sums up this invitation is this: follow me. Follow me, it's a very loaded expression. Do as I did, look at me, allow me to show you the way, so that we can follow him in the action that he did of self-giving, of loving, so that we can do the same. But we can only do that, remember, not of our willpower, but out of remaining in his love, allowing himself first to do whatever he wants to do with us, so that we can repeat. And another action, as consecrated and as Christian people we are called, is to share with others what God has done with us. We are called to evangelize. We cannot but tell what we have seen and heard. We need to bear the good news, what we have heard and experienced and lived, to others. So this is the culmination of Christian life, and therefore our authentic joy, the authentic goal of our journey. So this brings us to the end of the parabola, and I pass it on to Patrizia again, and then we will finish together.
This is the last step of our parable, which is action. So we're going back again to the situation which we experience ourselves being loved. What did we do? What did we do? What did we do in the situation where we experienced being loved?
So I will continue. We're just arriving to the end. And I'd like to share with you just some last thoughts, that all that we have done in this formation, the aim for me is to achieve the goal of freedom. I will not say too much about it, but I would like to share with you this amazing passage that Jesus shared with us, because the gift of freedom is what Jesus wants to offer us as we walk through our inner world, as we walk through life. And these words of John say, if you remain in my words, you are truly my disciples. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. So I've given you tools, exercises, ways, I hope, so that we can come to know a little bit more of the reality of our inner world, of our sincerity, so that Jesus can speak the truth over us in all these aspects. And the truth Jesus speaks, it's always out of love, acceptance, in order to transform us. And that's it, sets us free, so that we can be free to love and to be loved. We can be free to be the best version of ourselves. And then Jesus finishes, and if the Son sets you free, and that's a gift that Jesus wants to give all of us, you will be free indeed. So this parabola of the affectivity, it's to open our worlds, personal, communitarian, before Jesus' truth, before Jesus' love, so that he can free us from within. Here as well, I leave you another tools to look at any situation of life, any passage of the gospel through these items of the parable. I think it can give you a lot of light. We'll send you the material so that you can have this. And I think it's very helpful to look through these 9 items of our inner worlds to the passages of Jesus' life and to our own life. And this brings us to the end of our presentation. We are just 1 minute away, sorry, not having more time for questions and answers. But now I hand you over to Patrizia.
Thank you very much, Paula. I'm reading some of the comments in the chat, and there are questions, but there are also the knowledge of the importance of this workshop, of this course, the importance of becoming aware of our inner world for all of us, and mainly for the people who are leaders. So thank you very much. As you said, we don't have time for question and answers, but as we said to the other group, we will gather your comments and your questions. And I hope we will be able to record the short video where Paula can echo some of the comments and some of the questions. And just for you to know, we are planning other courses and workshops. So I'm sure we will have other time, other opportunity to go more in depth.